Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for waking up with us on this Wednesday, September 14th, midweek. I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers, see how it's feeling. I felt like it was a little chilly out there today. What are we looking at, number one?
Yeah, cool temperatures this morning. Good morning to you, Megan, and good morning, everybody. We're seeing those numbers that are looking pretty good and feeling good as well. You can see on the right side of your screen, a lot of us waking up in the 50s and 60s this hour. Looking out over the Inner Harbor, looking nice this morning. And you can see some of those temps on the screen right here. 57 in Cockeysville, 59 Eldersburg, 61 in Towson, and 58 your temp right now in Rosedale. So a cool and dry morning, plenty of sunshine for the afternoon, and temperatures staying near average on your morning drive. Yeah, windows down for sure, with those numbers staying in the 60s through about 8 a.m. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
Justin, thank you. Now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. We have your live cameras pulled up and looking pretty nice out there this morning. Light traffic moving along just fine. It is 4:31. State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's defense team is responding to new filings from the federal government. Prosecutors argue the defense missed the deadline to disclose expert witnesses, so they're asking the judge to exclude that testimony. If not, prosecutors argue that the trial date should be moved, giving them time to find their own experts. Last night, Mosby's team responding in a filing urging the judge to deny the Fed's requests and for the trial to move forward as scheduled. Today's final pretrial hearing could get fiery. It is scheduled for this afternoon. Jury selection begins on Thursday, and the trial is scheduled to start next Monday, September 19th. Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost will have complete coverage from the courtroom today and through the duration of the trial. In a city in crisis now, disturbing radio traffic makes the rounds on social media, showing Baltimore first responders at their wits' end.
For the third time, we told you we are out of service per EMS2 for relief. I'm completely prepared to tell my driver to disembark, and I will drive this thing in the Inner Harbor.
That audio from an EMT with the Baltimore City Fire Department threatening to send an ambulance into the Inner Harbor. Fox 45 News spoke with the union, and they said it's a clear sign their members are overworked and at their breaking point.
I'm not going to comment on the video directly, but I would say the morale of this department is like that of a sinking ship. It can't get any worse. Members are completely fatigued. They're completely at their breaking point, and there's no end to this in sight. They're working multiple overtime shifts every week just to keep the department afloat.
There are times the department is so short-staffed, some fire companies are forced to close. Fox 45 News reached out to the Baltimore Fire Department for comment. A spokesperson says they are unable to discuss as this is a disciplinary matter. This story prompting a lot of reaction from people on Facebook. Taking a look at what Kurt wrote in and said, streets are rough. Our next person writing in, Kimberly, saying extremely overworked and underpaid. What do you expect? With several exclamation marks. One more for you, Smith, saying with all the shootings and repeat overdoses, I can see they are getting edgy. And again, a lot of people weighing in here this morning. And Arundel County school leaders, meantime, considering a proposal to use virtual learning days in place of snow days this year. A new state rule allows school systems to repurpose up to 8 school days into virtual learning days each year. Parents are worried about losing snow days, but the superintendent says he doesn't want the school year to stretch too far into the summer.
I think what you will hear in this plan is that isn't the intent of the school district, but we also have a responsibility to try to not go into people's summer plans while also still allowing for us to deliver instruction, but also make sure that there is built-in time for students and families to also enjoy these inclement days.
Public comment on this proposal will be open until this Sunday. The school board will vote next Wednesday. Well, Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters. We are committed to investigating any problems that your kids run into this year. You can call our news tip line, the number on your screen there, 410-467-5595. You can also send us an email at news@foxbaltimore.com or chime in your pictures and videos on the Fox 45 News app. Strong allegations this morning against the security Twitter. Still ahead this morning, how your privacy and personal data could be at risk. Plus, a fall-like start to the morning. A little chilly out there. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when we warm up. 4:35 now on Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back and good morning, everybody, on your Wednesday. Not looking too bad right now. Our Towson camera a little fuzzy here this morning, but overall everything looking good and out for a run or a jog, feeling good as well. Numbers in the lower 60s over the next couple of hours. We'll break down what we can expect for the rest of the week and our weekend ahead coming up.
All right, Justin, thank you. Making headlines this morning, the Department of Justice is cracking down on human smuggling, announcing the arrest of 8 people, including the ringleader of a Texas operation. They're accused of smuggling hundreds, if not thousands, of victims from Mexico, Guatemala, and Colombia. The DOJ says that they were smuggled into the U.S. under brutal conditions.
Piedra's organization transported people in suitcases, repurposed water tanks, and wooden crates on flatbed trucks. They packed people in dangerous, tight spaces with limited ventilation and high temperatures, risking people's lives and safety for money.
Officials say the scheme has generated millions of dollars. Joint Task Force Alpha launched more than a year ago to strengthen efforts across departments to dismantle smuggling and trafficking networks. President Joe Biden is listing his administration's wins so far, including the CHIPS Act and the additional veterans health care funding with the PACT Act. He praised the bipartisan infrastructure law that brought both sides of the aisle together. Biden noted the historic gun safety law he signed doesn't go far enough, though.
I'm not stopping here. We are going to ban assault weapons. There is no godly reason for them.
An assault weapons ban expired nearly 2 decades ago. It was signed into law by President Bill Clinton, and that was in 1994. Republicans argue a ban strips Americans of their right to bear arms. First Lady Dr. Jill Biden thanking the Boys and Girls Clubs of America for all they do in communities across the U.S. Dr. Biden delivering remarks at the Summit of America's Youth in Washington, D.C. this Tuesday. The summit is meant to bring attention to the most challenging issues facing children today. The First Lady applauding the work of the Boys and Girls Clubs.
You all have dedicated your careers to the idea that all children are our children. You are champions for them and for the families who love them. You see the need every single day, and you rise to it.
This year, leaders at the summit discussed emotional wellness and mental health, life and workforce readiness, and diversity, equity, and inclusion. Here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, 8 weeks until the all-important midterm elections. Party strategists from both sides shoring up their positions. Congressman Byron Donalds here to discuss the last weeks before the crucial vote. That's this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. Starbucks across the nation receiving an upgrade. How these new changes could help with your caffeine addiction.
New poll takes a look at our path forward with the coronavirus. I'm Liz Bonus. We are moving on, except for one area, and it's very stressful. We'll tell you about it just ahead.
.443 and on the path forward. COVID-19 might not really be over, but we are leaving it behind in a way. That's the latest from a new poll looking at our behavior to reduce risks from the virus. Medical reporter Liz Bonus breaks down the numbers.
Hey there, everybody. This poll asked people to rate their lives at this stage in the pandemic. It does appear that we fear COVID-19 a lot less than we have in the past 2.5 years.
That means more of us are continuing to get back into everyday life, even though more than 400 people a day are still dying of COVID-19 complications. According to public health specialist Dr. Steve Fagans, this desire to put the pandemic behind us
and in no ways diminishes the need to get your bivalent booster now that it's available.
This survey found only about 6 in 10 of us are concerned about getting the virus right now. Nearly 2 in 3 of us say we don't wear masks anymore. And 9 in 10 of us say COVID-19 has changed our lives forever. Most of us describe our lives as good, but the area we rank the lowest right now in that category, our money.
We are seeing people that are coming into our locations that are stressed out about finances.
Nearly 3 in 4 of us say pandemic shutdowns early on were needed, but half of us say they caused unnecessary damage to the economy. Financial coach Jason Fishburne says if you're struggling with debt, don't be afraid to return to your cash-only option.
Take cash out. You have that set amount when you go into the store so you can get your needs. And once you run out of the cash, you come back and you do it again the next time.
Finally, one important note, only about 1 in 4 of us are familiar with the newest treatments for COVID-19, such as Paxlovid. So if we get the virus, we may not know to ask for it.
A person that knows your personal health history, always the best person to ask about the path forward. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Now back to you.
All right, Liz, thank you. 4:45, and in your consumer news this morning, Starbucks is spending $450 million to make its stores in North America more efficient. The company laying out the plans at a day-long event for investors in Seattle. Starbucks is planning to open 2,000 net new stores in the U.S. by 2025 with an emphasis on drive-through mobile ordering and delivery. Got to have the app for that. A new kitchen workstation was also unveiled. The company saying the current kitchen are designed for simpler hot drinks, but customizable cold drinks now make up nearly 75% of U.S. drink orders. I think I'd like one of those right now. Wednesday morning could use a little caffeine. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with the forecast that's sure to wake you up.
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning, Megan. Feels real nice. Maybe you cracked the windows last night, or maybe you can do that this morning and get some of the fresh air inside the house. And also on your drive to work, I would definitely have those windows down as it feels very nice outside. Looking over a very quiet and calm Inner Harbor this morning. We're at 62, so that temperature is quite a bit cooler than where we were yesterday at this time. No wind to speak of, but the dew point number at 53 degrees, that's an indication that that drier air is here. And our mugginess trend, well, we're going to stay in the comfortable category, not only today, but especially as we get into Thursday and Friday, as those dew point temps drop into the very pleasant category. A lot of dry air is going to be here, and it will definitely have that fall-like feel. 62, your temp next hour on your Rise and Shine cast. We'll keep those numbers in the 60s throughout the morning. Some of us dropping into the 50s, which is where some of you are waking up right now. 6:47 is when the sun comes up, and it'll be up until 7:17 tonight. We're getting pretty close to that autumnal equinox. It's next Thursday, where we have 12 hours of day and night. 66 by 8 a.m. on your day planner. Lunch outdoors today, great idea. Upper 70s by noontime, and we'll top out in the lower 80s once again by about 2, 3 o'clock here later today. And check out some of the numbers in your neighborhood. You can see those numbers in the upper 70s for Westminster and Eldersburg, 77 the Hereford zone, northern Baltimore County, Cockeysville and Hunt Valley right about 80 and 81 in Towson, down through Lutherville and Timonium. Howard and Anne Arundel counties, there's numbers in the upper 70s and lower 80s for you as well, from Annapolis and Severna Park all the way up into Glen Burnie and over to Odenton at 79. And up and down the 95 corridor, more of the same with those lower 80s extending for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. Heading down the ocean, upper 70s today, and even western Maryland will stay at about 77. Great day to fly today, pilots. VFR conditions. We had a little crosswind yesterday, but overall that wind is going to die down today. We're talking about visual flight rules, so a good day to fly. Or get the car cleaned up if you didn't do that yesterday. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, got green lights there across the board on your car wash cast. Here's a look at our future scan. Staying dry today. Again, a couple of clouds around later this afternoon, but overall, the next couple of days are going to be very dry. Call it a very benign weather pattern, so not much is changing. This ridge of high pressure slides over the top of us Friday morning into the afternoon, and that's going to be the coolest morning of the next 7 days. Then our temperatures are going to start to go right back up as we head toward the second half of the weekend and into next week, which includes the first home game for your Baltimore Ravens at M&T Bank Stadium coming up Sunday afternoon at 1 o'clock. It's going to be warm on Sunday, so notice our temperatures stay in the lower 80s for the next 3 days. Then we start that gradual warm-up. 84 on Saturday, 87 on Sunday, and Monday and Tuesday next week, we're going to be flirting with the 90-degree temperatures again, those final days of summer, as summer's kind of heat is hanging on. Back to you.
All right, Justin, thank you. Can't believe you had the windows down this morning. Out on the roads, Looking good. Not too many cars even out there. Light traffic in the green here. Let's get a check now on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Hi, Mark.
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find a delay. It's Penn Train 401 that's presently running about 5 minutes late. The other trains of MARC look good for the start. If your ride is on Light Rail Link, nothing in your way. On time service is what you'll find there. Metro Subway Link is single tracking out there, so you will incur a delay at various times during the day-to-day. So allow extra time in your travels on Metro Subway Link. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, Mark, thank you, and welcome back.
Oh.
Happening this morning, Wheel of Fortune Live is coming to Maryland, and you have the chance to go for free. The Wheel of Fortune Live tour performance is happening at the Hall at Live Casino in Hanover on September 24th and 25th. Stay with Fox 45 News all morning and wait for your cue to call in. And the 10th caller is going to win 4 tickets to the show on the 25th. Then on Friday, you could have the chance to win VIP tickets to the experience. New filings in Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's federal case. Coming up, the response from her defense team and their requests going forward. Plus, unanswered questions remain this morning after a community meeting on squeegee kids. Why some residents say attention should be shifted elsewhere. Time now 4:51 on Fox 45 Early Edition. It is 4:53 and turning now to the crisis in the classroom. Months after the Baltimore County School Board approved raises for teachers, funding for those raises has still not been secured. The teachers union submitted an open letter at the Board of Education's meeting. That letter is signed by nearly 3,000 county educators, and they're demanding the school system and county government find a way to make these raises a reality.
It's very frustrating that we're still talking about it, that we still haven't resolved this, knowing that we had more than 10% of our unit resign or retire last year, over 1,000 educators. We just need to make this the priority and get it done.
The school system has funding for this year, but not beyond. They're asking the county for an additional $50 million. County Executive Johnny Olszewski says raising taxes on residents is not an option.
Irresponsible of the Board of Education to forward that to me and the county council. It would be even more irresponsible for us to approve the ongoing cost.
Well, the school board has shared a new funding proposal. The county is reviewing that. A recent poll shows the majority of Americans are not satisfied with public education. National correspondent Kayla Gaskins has the numbers and the reason behind them.
Recent polling shows a 9-point decline in Americans' satisfaction with public K-12 education. Gallup reports just 42% of Americans are completely or somewhat satisfied, a drop from 51% in 2019.
Good, rated.
And while most schools experienced disruptions as they adjusted during the pandemic, some parents blame school shutdowns for learning loss.
How we have just erased 20 years of gains over the course of 2 years thanks to having schools shut down. It's appalling, and it's something that we as parents knew, and now there's proof.
Respondents to the poll cited concerns over the rigor of curriculum, lack of resources, and the failure to teach the basics like reading and writing. Data released by the federal government this month shows significant learning loss due to the pandemic. This year, average scores dropped in reading and math across many groups compared to 2020.
Sadly, the kinds of students who were most impacted were disadvantaged students. For minority students in particular, some of those drops were astonishing. I mean, major double-digit drops.
Now, as the 2022 elections heat up, education has made its way to the campaign trail.
We're going to have education freedom in the state of Michigan. We are going to make sure that parents have rights in education. And everything I hear across the state is that parents want to be supported and know that their voice is heard.
Along with learning loss, districts across the U.S. are facing teacher shortages, leading some school systems to ease credential requirements, something Education Secretary Miguel Cardona says is a slap in the face to the profession. I'm Kayla Gaskins reporting.
In a national survey of public school superintendents, 2/3 say teacher and other staff vacancies are higher this year than last. 85% of superintendents blame the shortage on not having enough applicants. 54% say teachers wanting better pay is contributing to the small applicant pool. And the same issues are leading to teachers leaving or retiring. 45% of administrators also cite burnout as a reason for the shortages. In your national headlines this morning, we are taking you live to Capitol Hill here this morning, where a former Twitter employee appeared before the Senate Judiciary Committee. He is claiming that Twitter is misleading the public on its alleged security flaws, and the company has little protection against insider threats.
Anybody with access inside Twitter, and half the company has access to the production environment that has this, could go rooting through and find this information and use it for their own purposes.
Twitter's former security chief, Peter Zatko, telling Congress the social media platform faces numerous cybersecurity issues, and he claims that Twitter is unaware of where its user data lives and says the company has little protection against insider threats. The platform firing back, saying Zatko's complaints are, quote, riddled with inconsistencies and inaccuracies. Still, the allegations are alarming senators.
Twitter is an immensely powerful platform that cannot afford gaping security vulnerabilities.
They have close to 2,000 employees in other countries whose job is to screen tweets by Americans.
Zatko also claims Twitter cannot control millions of fake accounts on the platform. Tesla CEO Elon Musk making similar allegations as he tried to back out of a $44 billion deal to acquire the platform. Senators Lindsey Graham and Elizabeth Warren are working to create a regulatory commission to protect social media consumers.
City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby due right here in court today for her last pretrial hearing. Coming up, why prosecutors may push for a delay in the trial.
There's still concerns about squeegee kids at intersections despite a community meeting to address the issue. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we're going to take a closer look at those concerns.
And temperatures starting off nice this morning, 50s and 60s, maybe a little chill in the air. We'll break it all down for you on Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Wednesday, September 14th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. The word seat heaters that's been thrown around the studio this morning?
I heard discussion when I walked into the studio. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here, and I don't think he felt they were needed.
No, well, I don't know. I feel like it's refreshing, in my opinion, but that's all right. Everybody has their own opinion. I like that too. Yeah.
I didn't put mine on yet.
Get them on if you like them on your, or maybe heated steering wheel if you're fancy like that. Let's take a look outside and see what's going on your Wednesday. Yes, it is Hump Day, everybody, and looking right there at our Towson camera. Traffic circle all good at this time. Temperatures, well, how about Oakland? If you want to get cold there, 48 degrees. That's your number right now. 54 in Cumberland, lower 60s for Hagerstown and Westminster, right into Baltimore City. We're at 57 in Laurel. So your morning drive, Mr. Bo says we are good to go. Temperatures in the lower 60s over the next couple of hours. We'll take a closer look at what we can expect for our afternoon ahead and the upcoming weekend in just a few. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Len Stoller traffic network, and we're looking at your drive times at 5 o'clock on a Wednesday morning in the green.
Happening today, Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby will face a judge for a final pretrial hearing before she is scheduled to stand trial on 4 federal charges Monday.
Now she's facing 2 counts of perjury, 2 counts of making a false statement on a loan application.
But now we're learning there could be a delay in the trial.
Shannon Lilly joining us live from the federal courthouse this morning with what each side is now arguing. Shannon?
Yeah, Tom, a lot of back and forth between federal prosecutors and Mosby's defense. Prosecutors are now requesting that certain witnesses that are supposed to testify right here in court not be allowed to do that, or that the trial be delayed altogether. And now Marilyn Mosby's defense team is responding. The defense saying in part, quote, the government's motion should be denied on their hypocrisy alone. They point to the arguments the feds made against delays when Mosby's team requested one and then was granted a delay months ago. Well, the prosecution, though, telling the court that Mosby's team didn't disclose 2 expert witnesses they plan to call by the July 1st deadline. Instead, they say they were first informed of the witnesses just last Friday. So prosecutors are asking the court today to either exclude their testimony or to move the trial date altogether. Mosby's team, though, is steadfast in pushing for the trial to start Monday. Either way, though, a judge will sort through these arguments, Tom and Patrice, today.
Well, Shannon, we're hearing prosecutors also want to bring up statements Mosby has made in the past about her travel businesses.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Tom. And Mosby is sort of changing her tune here. You'll remember back in 2020, she and a spokesperson both said that these travel businesses were not operational during the pandemic. But during last week's pretrial hearing, Mosby's defense team said these businesses actually took a hit during the pandemic. And that's how she qualified to take out money from her retirement account without paying that penalty. So we know that this topic will be a major focus during that trial next week, as long as the trial is not delayed. Reporting live right here at the federal courthouse, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, early edition.
Thank you, Shannon. Jury selection expected to begin tomorrow. Then the trial is scheduled to start Monday, September 19th. Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost will have complete coverage from the courtroom through the duration of this trial.
Admitted arsonist Luther Trent has entered a new plea deal for his state charges. Trent was originally released after serving less than 6 months in jail on a plea deal offered by City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's office. That plea deal was tossed because the victims in the case did not provide their impact statement before sentencing. Dhruv Vignarajah, the attorney representing the victims, calls the new sentencing an example of what can happen when people fight for justice.
In so many ways, this is a case study in how the system should work. Local and federal prosecutors working together, the victims' voices being raised and heard by the judges, as well as the people fighting on behalf of the city, and ultimately justice being done. Mr. Trent needs to be held accountable. Mr. Trent needs to be behind bars. The city needs to know that there are consequences for conduct like this, and to know that at least in some instances where people fight, justice can be done.
A judge re-sentenced Trent to 40 years in prison, with all but 22 years suspended for charges he faces in Baltimore. He's also facing a 12-year sentence in federal prison. He will serve his time in federal prison before coming back to Maryland to serve the remaining time. Trent is appealing his federal sentence, although it's unclear on what grounds.
Well, now to a city in crisis, an effort to break a 40-year cycle of squeegee kids on Baltimore streets.
Last night, a meeting that allowed community members to speak up about the kids standing in roads with cleaning windshields for money, but cameras were not allowed in that meeting.
Olivia Dance joining us live now from a popular intersection for squeegee kids with the outcome and the unanswered questions. Olivia?
Good morning, and yeah, this corner here on President and Pratt Streets is a popular spot for squeegee kids, but after last night's meeting, some are wondering if anything's actually going to change or if it was all just a show. The community meeting took place at New Shiloh Baptist Church in collaboration with the mayor's office. 4 squeegee kids spoke, but they didn't want cameras inside, so City Hall complied.
We have young people who have asked us if we participate, it has to be on the condition that we don't have the media.
When explaining why they squeegee, one of the kids admitted it's tax-free money with no rules, but the lack of transparency by not allowing cameras came with criticism.
I think it needs to be shared. I think the community needs a rude awakening.
The young people said they don't want the cameras in there, but they got elders that's out there saying we don't want our windows washed.
Also did not attend the meeting because he feared his appearance would distract from an honest conversation. But one of the questions that still remains is what, if anything, happens next? For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Baltimore police tell us they have received hundreds of squeegee-related calls for service since July. Fox 45 News has seen video after video from our viewers showing heated interactions with squeegee kids. Some of those interactions have led to physical fights or squeegee kids damaging cars. In July, a squeegee kid was charged with shooting and killing Timothy Reynolds. Police say Reynolds got out of his car and confronted a group of kids with a bat.
Now, Mayor Brandon Scott and City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby have both said they will not clear the streets of squeegee kids, but there are laws in place to keep them out of the intersections. In fact, right now, the police department is using overtime to patrol some squeegee intersections. Despite the police commissioner acknowledging that plan is not sustainable, the police department told us they have no plans to pull the officers back.
5:06, a mysterious package explodes in the hands of a college employee in Boston.
Megan Gillen, live from her live center with the new details. This investigation is now underway. Megan.
A lot unfolding overnight, guys. Taking you live to Boston here this morning. Calm look as you look right there. But this city is on edge after a package exploded in the hands of a Northeastern University employee. He's expected to be okay, but just into our newsroom, Boston City Police now revealing the package was not the only one found on site.
A search revealed a second similar package that was ultimately rendered safe by our bomb squad. I will tell you that the scene is secure and that the investigation is ongoing.
Eastern University police tweeting, meantime, that the campus is secure here. They are expecting to resume as normal this morning with classes. As for a motive here, what we're learning this morning from police is that the package contained a note that criticized Facebook founder Mark Zuckerberg and the platform's relationship between academic institutions in the creation of virtual reality. No arrests have been made as of right now. We're going to keep you posted as this unfolds. Patrice, back to you.
All right, Megan, thank you. As violence spikes, Fox 45 News attempts to get answers about safe streets, what organizers have said the city tells them to do when we ask questions.
Feeling a little bit more like fall outside this morning with 50s and 60s as you wake up early with us. Back with your full forecast, including a look at our weekend ahead, the final weekend of summer. It's coming up. Welcome back. 5:11 is your time on your Wednesday morning. Not a bad start to the morning. Maybe want to grab a light jacket for some, but overall on your out the door cast, definitely have those sunglasses. Plenty of sunshine today and no umbrella needed for a while. You can see Carlos the Crab, 4 on our crab cast. Going to be a good day overall this afternoon. We're back with that full forecast, including a look ahead at the weekend in just a few minutes from right now. Tom.
Thank you, Justin. 5:11 and now to a city in crisis. Another person murdered in Baltimore. A man shot and killed yesterday morning near Patterson Park.
Police say around 7:30 they received a report of a man shot in the head. When officers arrived, that man was dead on scene. Councilman Zeke Cohen, who represents the area, came out to the crime scene.
It is unbelievably frustrating at 7:30 in the morning. What sounds initially like a fight and discharging escalates into someone losing their life. It is beyond unacceptable, but it's also just 7:30 a.m. Why are we doing this?
It was the 247th murder in Baltimore this year. That's 10 more than this point last year. The number of shooting survivors is also up.
City leaders are revving up on a bill that hopes to bring down street racers. Still ahead this morning, why there is skepticism about if this could work.
And taking a live look at the Inner Harbor this morning on a cooler morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when it will be heating back up. Almost summer-like conditions. 5:12. .15 and making headlines this morning. The Biden administration monitoring negotiations between the nation's largest railroad freight companies and labor unions. Contract negotiations are stalled. If there is not an agreement by Friday, workers expected to strike. A strike could cost $2 billion a day, as everything from cars and coal to farm and food products could be stalled, leading to empty shelves and high prices.
We're going to be very honest. A shutdown would have a tremendous impact on our supply chains, as you all know. It's going to have a ripple effects into our overall economy.
A strike could cancel all Mark, Camden, and Brunswick line service as early as Friday morning. CSX owns the track and its unions are heading toward a work stoppage. If their signal and track workers walk off the job, Mark, along with other regional rail carriers across the country, would have to halt service. Now, we should note Penn Line service will not be affected. Fox 45 News has compiled a list of alternative commute options right on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Ken Starr, the prominent attorney whose criminal investigation of Bill Clinton led to the president's impeachment, has died. Starr wore many professional hats in a career that attracted equal amounts of praise and criticism. As a federal judge, government prosecutor, private lawyer, author, educator, he was unafraid to take on new challenges and defend his record against critics. In 2020, he defended former President Trump in his first impeachment trial. Starr was 76.
Well, this morning, the body of Queen Elizabeth II continues its final journey.
The Queen spent a final night at Buckingham Palace last night. She'll be taken by horse-drawn carriage today to the House of Parliament. There, she'll lie in state for 4 days. A funeral is set for Monday at Westminster Abbey. It's 5:17 now. Let's get a look at what we're heading into today as far as temperatures.
Yeah, that's right. If you packed away your shorts, you may want to get them back out. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here.
Final weekend of summer. That's exactly right, Tom. Patrice, good morning to both of you. And we're going to heat up as we head toward the second half of the weekend. But the next couple of days are going to be right about average for mid-September, which is lower 80s. And we had a nice afternoon yesterday. I think it's going to be even nicer a little bit later today. Our weather headlines looking like this. 60 is your temp right now. We're on our way back to the lower 80s after a cool and dry morning. Plenty of sunshine on the way, and those temperatures staying near average for this time of year. Here's a look at our HD radar. Not much to get in our way. Large ridge of high pressure centered over the Ohio River Valley in the Midwest. That's going to continue to be the dominating weather feature, keeping us dry and also keeping us a little cooler than average for some at this time. Taking a look at your bus stop forecast. Beep, beep. As those kids get out this morning, yeah, maybe a light jacket for them at the bus stop. 62 by 7 a.m. We'll be in the upper 70s by noontime and into the lower 80s when you pick the kids up this afternoon. Overall, a very nice day on your Wednesday. If you've got soccer practice or lacrosse or football, maybe you want to get out there and hit some golf balls. On our forecast, 70 by 9 a.m. and upper 70s by noon, into the lower 80s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Here's a look at your high temps in your city. Westminster at 79, same number in Bel Air today, 80 in Chestertown for the Eastern Shore. Also down to 80 degrees in Stevensville across the bay. Temperatures cooking in the Central Plains, lower 90s for Omaha and Oklahoma City, down through Dallas, even mid to upper 80s for St. Louis and Memphis over to Nashville today. Now, here's a look at our temperature trend, and you can see overall we stay right near that average number through Friday. Saturday starts to warm up a little bit, and then Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, there are those mid to upper 80s, kind of flirting with that 90-degree temperature reading early next week. So those will be the last few days of summer. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday looking good in your yard and garden. So we've got the dry days ahead. Definitely get the sprinklers going and the water on your plants. Maybe getting some of that fall planting with the mums out there. Lower 80s for the next couple of days. As I mentioned, Sunday's Ravens game. Weather looks great. Upper 80s. And as I mentioned, we'll keep those 80s going into early next week. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. 519, taking a look at your Len Stoller traffic network here. Some cameras around the Baltimore region. Everyone's looking fine. No issues at all to report on the major roads out there. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Welcome back, Mark.
Well, thank you, Tom. It's good to be back. Out there right now on the MARC train system, you'll find a few delays. We've got Penn Train 403, Camden 841, and Brunswick 870, all running about 5 minutes late. The other trains and lines of MARC look good for travel. If your ride is out there on Light Rail Link, you'll find on-time service there in both directions. No delays or issues. Metro Subway Link on time at present, but due to single tracking related to maintenance, allow time for travel as you will incur a delay a little later on out there on Metro Subway Link. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Fox 45 News continues the uphill investigation into the Safe Streets programs, why the efficiency of the group is being questioned.
Plus, the spiking crime levels in the city are having an impact on first responders. The alarming new video just ahead. 5:20 is the time.
523 now to a city in crisis. Fox 45 News continues investigating Safe Streets, a city program meant to help prevent violent crime.
This morning, it is unclear if the program is really working. Mackenzie Frost examines the unanswered questions.
Looking into Safe Streets has really been an uphill battle. Remember that we have these community-based organizations that operate these Safe Streets locations. Now, each CBO, as they're called, like Living Classrooms, Catholic Charities, Life Bridge, Park Heights Renaissance, they all get their money to operate these 10 different locations from the city itself. But getting information out of these organizations has really been a challenge. But we do know that these organizations are in charge of certain things when it comes to operating these Safe Streets locations. Let me show you. The CBOs keep track of, quote, overall oversight, human resources, and employee services for Safe Streets staff, along with data reporting, data collection, management, and review. And keep that in mind, because we do know that these CBOs, they have a contract with the city to operate these locations, right? But the CBOs have told us that the city has told them not to talk to the media about Safe Streets or the operations. So now we have even more questions. So here's what's next. We have more questions for these community-based organizations. We want to know information about the data reporting and collection. We want to see a list of all of the employees who work at the Safe Streets locations, what their schedules are, and who are their supervisors. We also want to know more information about the training schedules, the budget for those trainings, and who's in charge of organizing it. Then we also want to know what the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement's oversight role is. Remember, this office, Mosby, that's the agency within city government that's operating Safe Streets itself. And if the city doesn't have all of this information, why not? They are the ones working with these community-based organizations to implement this program, the same program that we hear time and time again is a pivotal player in the mayor's anti-violence plan that he talks about all the time. We also want to know information about the site supervisors, because we have gone to all of these Safe Streets locations, really not finding hardly anyone who's there. We know that the Safe Streets locations say that these supervisors are supposed to be there during normal business hours, but that's not really reality, at least from what we have learned going out looking for ourselves. So where's the oversight in all of this? And what's the purpose of Mosby if all of these agencies aren't working together to make sure that these programs are really working? So once again, we've asked to sit down with the director of Mosby, Shante Jackson, to talk about all of this and her oversight role. We've asked multiple times to sit down with Jackson to talk about this for the last several months throughout her investigation, but that never happened. So we're asking again, and we'll see. I want to know what you've seen in your community. Have you ever seen Safe Streets employees talking or engaging with other people in the area? Have you seen employees going in and out of these Safe Streets locations? Or do you think you have a tip that we need to investigate about Safe Streets? Well, send it to me directly at safestreetstips@gmail.com. At the Accountability Desk, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
Mayor Scott is set to sign a bill that would tackle illegal street racing. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, we're going to take a closer look at how the law would be enforced.
City leaders say there's no more contamination in the water and it's safe to drink, but people we're talking to are skeptical. Coming up, one woman's challenge for the mayor.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Wednesday morning, 9:30, 5:30. We're skipping ahead here. I'm Trace Sanders.
I like the 9:30 part. I say we go with that. Yeah. All right. Yesterday we were skipping ahead days. Now it's just hours. So,
yes.
Right? Yeah, it's not that bad. In fact, let's go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about not that bad. A nice cool morning.
Yeah, for sure. Good morning to all of you. Our temperatures in the 50s and 60s this morning, and a drier air feels definitely a lot nicer than the mugginess we had yesterday. As we take a look outside right now over the Inner Harbor, calm conditions, still an hour away plus of that sun actually coming up here this morning on your Wednesday. Check out those numbers on the left side of your screen. Upper 40s in Oakland. We're at 53 in Cumberland. A lot of us are in the lower 60s here for Westminster and Bel Air over to Chestertown. So the weather story looks like this: a cool and dry morning, plenty of sunshine for the afternoon, and temperature staying near average. Morning drive, yeah, windows open for sure, with numbers in the lower 60s over the next couple of hours, getting to about 70 by 9 a.m. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
Well, now to a city in crisis. Right now, a bill cracking down on street racing in Baltimore is awaiting the signature of Mayor Brandon Scott.
It calls for stiffer penalties for not only drivers, but for the spectators, too.
Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning from downtown Baltimore with a look into whether the bill will keep the street racers away. Olivia?
Good morning. And yeah, as you mentioned, we're still waiting for the mayor to sign the bill, but he's expected to by the end of the month. The concern, though, is once it's signed, will it be enforced? Now, the bill includes a $1,000 fine and up to 1 year in jail if convicted of illegal street racing. And Ed Norris, a former Baltimore police commissioner, is concerned that the law won't be enforced.
If the police aren't going to enforce it now, what makes them think they're going to enforce this when there's just another law with a $1,000 fine?
The Baltimore Police Department is understaffed, and the city state's attorney's office has made it clear it isn't prosecuting certain lower-level crimes. But City Councilman Schleifer's addressing enforcement concerns, saying it's centered on confusion among officers about what the law is.
There's always confusion on the street about, what's the actual citation that would be written in a scenario like this? Is this like a minor traffic infraction? Are those who are participating, is there some type of violation against them, even though they may not be the ones driving a car? This bill really just clarifies it, puts it in very easy text.
Now, in neighboring jurisdictions like Howard County, police recently charged 2 drivers. And in Hagerstown, police were asking the public for help in identifying drivers riding illegally. But once the mayor signs the bill, it will really just be a waiting game to see if anything changes. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Well, that brings us to our question of the day. Do you think the city is doing enough to crack down on dirt bike riders? So far, 99% of those who voted say no. We want to hear from you. Go to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Well, happening today, Baltimore City Council will be meeting to discuss safe transitioning for city workers back to work. You'll remember City Hall remained closed for more than 2 years due to the pandemic. The decision to keep City Hall closed for so long had drawn criticism from the public as residents had limited access to their leaders to address pressing issues.
Elsewhere in a city in crisis, disturbing radio traffic makes the rounds on social media, showing Baltimore first responders are at their wits' end.
For the third time, we told you we are out of service per EMS2 for relief. I'm completely prepared to tell my driver to disembark, and I will drive this thing in the Inner Harbor.
Well, that audio from an EMT with Baltimore City Fire Department threatening to send an ambulance into the Inner Harbor.
Fox 45 News spoke with the union, and they said it is a clear sign their members are overworked and at their breaking point.
I'm not going to comment on the video directly, but I would say the morale of this department is like that of a sinking ship. It can't get any worse. Members are completely fatigued. They're completely at their breaking point, and there's no end to this in sight. They're working multiple overtime shifts every week just to keep the department afloat.
Well, there are times the department is so short-staffed, some fire companies are forced to close. Fox 45 News reached out to the Baltimore Fire Department for a comment. A spokesperson says they are unable to discuss as this is a disciplinary matter.
Well, this story prompting a lot of reaction on social media, especially just Facebook right here. Brandy saying, wake up, we're all police, firefighters, EMS, workers, and teachers have had enough. We've got Corey saying 700 shootings, 350 murders, plus everyday calls for service takes its toll. One more from you, Vera, saying they work under a lot of pressure, and in these moments of violence, they never know what they can find on the road. There are many calls and shortages of paramedics, and gosh, they are all also human.
Continuing the coverage this morning, questions that linger about what led to the E. coli water contamination in West Baltimore. This comes even after city leaders declared the E. coli contamination over. Leaders have still not revealed the source of the bacteria. Shannon Lilly joins us live this morning from downtown Baltimore with concerns from residents who still don't trust the safety of the water. Shannon.
Yeah, residents we heard from, Patrice, in Harlem Park, they're still very skeptical, both of the mayor's words and of the water, and they are refusing to drink it. In fact, we spoke with a woman who's known in her community as Miss D, and she's explaining why she's refusing to drink it and also something that could convince her to drink it. Take a listen.
Because he haven't gave me any facts, any proof. Where is it? I mean, they're still working on the pipes. I would like for the mayor to drink this water. And if he like, he can come over and have a glass of water with me.
So Fox 45 News took that challenge to the mayor and city council members. A spokesperson for the mayor responding with this statement that reads in part, quote, Mayor Scott will not engage in any stunts or theatrics, but rather he will continue to work with his administration to ensure that the random testing and the investigation into what may have caused this incident continues. Meanwhile, though, people in that area are now being told that they can no longer use this bottled water that's still sitting right there across from Miss D's home at the Harlem Park Recreation Center. Well, the city suspended distribution services Friday with the lift of the boil water advisory. And now DPW's private security company is there monitoring that bottled water and ensuring that no one takes it before they pick it up. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. Meanwhile, in New York City, Mayor Eric Adams chugging down a glass of tap water to end concern that it was contaminated with arsenic. In a tweet, he writes, I wouldn't ask residents to do anything I wouldn't do, which is why I stopped by the RIS houses to drink the water myself.
5:37 now. All eyes are on Wall Street this morning after the recent inflation report sent stocks plunging.
Now, Megan Gillen from our live center this morning with where we are picking up this morning. Megan?
Not pretty, guys. Take a look. The Dow actually having its worst day in more than 2 years. You can see we are down more than 1,200 points. President Biden offering some reassurance.
The stock market doesn't necessarily reflect the state of the economy, as you well know. And the economy's still strong. Unemployment's low. Jobs are up. Manufacturing's good. So I think we're going to be fine.
But at the same time, the White House now warning union negotiators with 57,000 rail workers are at a standstill, and a federally mandated cooling off period ends on Friday, and that's raising the potential for a strike. The White House pressuring both sides to reach an agreement here. As we wait to see how that plays out this morning at 8:30, we're going to get the producer price index, and that measures inflation at the wholesale level. And guys, this really is seen as a predictor of future consumer prices, how much we're going to be paying for things. Then tomorrow, we're going to get some new data on retail sales, which measures how much Americans are shopping and willing to spend. All of this really feeds into next Wednesday's meeting of the Federal Reserve, when Chairman Jerome Powell is expected to announce another significant rate hike. We're going to keep you posted as the markets open this morning. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Strong allegations this morning against Twitter's security. How your privacy and personal data could be at risk.
Plus, we are starting off cooler this morning with temperatures in the 60s. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know when we're going to warm up. 5:39 is the time.
Welcome back. We are 19 minutes in front of 6 o'clock on your Wednesday morning. Temperatures right now 50s and 60s. So if you're just waking up with us and you haven't cracked the window yet or opened the door, it is a little bit on the chilly side. Good morning here, or even afternoon, to get out in the yard and get some of that gardening done. Those numbers rise into the upper 70s and eventually back to the lower 80s for this afternoon. We'll have a closer look at what we can expect for today and the weekend ahead coming up in just a few. Tom.
Thank you, Justin. Happening today, City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby will be back in court for another hearing ahead of her federal trial. We will learn if the trial will start Monday as scheduled. The Baltimore City Council is holding a meeting to address safe transition back to work, as well as an update on the monkeypox vaccine. Baltimore County Public School students will have a chance to sharpen their acting chops at the Hippodrome Theater with a master class as part of the National Arts in Education Week. And volunteers and hospital employees at the University of Maryland Baltimore Washington Medical Center, they'll participate in a mock mass casualty drill. New filings in Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's federal case coming up, the response from her defense team and their request to move forward.
Plus, unanswered questions remain this morning after a community meeting on squeegee kids, why some residents say attention should be shifted elsewhere. 5:43, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
5:45, a bright spot for you this morning. The Indianapolis Fire Department makes a perfect rescue after a dog got stuck in a trench.
Yeah, the American bully named Mansa, you see him right there, was out for a walk when he fell into the uncovered trench. Hole was reportedly dug by contractors and was about 12 feet deep, trapping the blue-eyed bully.
Indianapolis firefighters responded to the call. They used a system of tools and pulleys and a ladder to rescue the pup. After the rescue, Mansa was checked for injuries and given a good belly rub. How do you just leave a big hole like that?
I know.
I mean, a dog, a person, a child?
Anything, right?
Oh, man. All right, well, trending now. You could earn a little extra cash by pumping your adrenaline this Halloween.
The Dish satellite TV service is looking for someone to watch 13 films based on Stephen King novels. Whoever is selected will get $1,300 or $100 per movie. But it's not totally free money. You have to track your heart rate and then jump scares and answer a few questions about which flicks you like best.
I don't know. You have to be 18, but aside from that, the qualification is pretty casual. There's no drug test, there's no background check. Check it out on usdish.com. I don't know. I'm not into scary movies, but Stephen King is different. That's more suspense. And I used to read Stephen King books as a kid growing up.
You'd be perfect.
Not in adulthood, though. I don't know. I stay away from all that kind of stuff now.
I've never been scared by a Stephen King movie. His books, much more. I think my imagination is better than what you actually end up seeing. But
yeah. But
Justin, you in?
Getting paid to do it. Yeah, I'm not a big scary movie fan either, but I mean, I think it'd be fun to check it out and, have them like check your heart rate, while you're watching a movie. That'd be interesting. By the way, another reason to check your heart rate today, it's National Cream-Filled Donut Day. So, you know what I mean?
You need to check your cholesterol level.
Yeah, a lot of things need to be checked.
Your BMI.
You should take a look outside right now in Towson. Just get a run in this morning, and then you can go eat all the cream-filled donuts you want. Our Mile 1 Auto Group Cam, good morning to you. Happy Wednesday, everyone. Really looks pretty out there. Kind of that nice morning glow, that almost October looking or feeling that we're seeing out there. Nice ridge of high pressure. That big old H is going to be hanging around for the next couple of days. So we're not talking about any rain here in our region. Our bus stop forecast, beep, beep. Hey, shout out to Miss Mimi. She's a bus driver in Anne Arundel County. She loves watching the show. She's a mom. She's taking care of her daughter and a cook and all the other good things. So Miss Mimi, all the kids love you, and you had a birthday a couple of days ago. So shout out and a happy birthday to Miss Mimi on the bus stop forecast, because she's the bus stop driver. 62 here, 7 a.m., upper 70s by noon, and into the lower 80s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Love all of our friends who always text us and tweet us and email us. And there's Hank the Bird right there. Yeah, he's always excited about the day. In fact, he and his feathered friends looking good at 9 a.m., 70 degrees, upper 70s by noon, and into the lower 80s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. And look at these numbers today, guys. I mean, pretty close to average for this time of year, from Baltimore and Cockeysville over to Chestertown, the Eastern Shore, Annapolis at 79. Same number for you in Columbia. And if you're traveling to D.C. or Philly today, we're talking about lower 80s as well, even heading down the ocean there at 77. And speaking of being down the ocean, that water temperature at 75 degrees, kind of matching what it feels like outside. Gorgeous couple of days there, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday at the beach. And you can see there's not much rain in our way. As I mentioned, that ridge of high pressure will be dominant and keeping us dry for the next couple of days. Shout out to Anna Smith as well, sending in this picture of her feral cat, Barley. Thank you, Anna, so much. Look at Barley right there. That's kind of a Wednesday feel, just kind of hanging out right there on the deck railing. Anna, I appreciate it, and we love getting your Furcast pet pics. jcchambers@foxbaltimore.com is my email. Send them in. We'll put them on TV. It's that easy. All right, so lower 80s for the next 3 days. We're going to warm up Saturday. And look at that. Ravens game Sunday afternoon. Upper 80s. It's going to be warm on Sunday for the players and the fans out there. We're going to get close to 90 early next week. Patrice?
All right, Justin, thank you. Let's look at our Lynn Stoller traffic network now and see what we're facing. And looks pretty good. You're in the green. No commute longer than 9 minutes. Now's the time to get up and out. Let's get a check of mass transit. Here's Mark Jones with the MTA. Hi, Mark.
Well, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 407, Penn Train 511, and Camden 843, all running about 5 minutes late for the start. The other trains of MARC look good for travel. Out there on Light Rail Link, looking in both directions, nothing in your way on time service from end to end. Metro Subway Link on time at present, but there's single tracking out there related to maintenance, and as a result, you will take a delay at some point this morning, so do allow time for travel on Metro Subway Link. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Residents left with questions after a community meeting regarding squeegee kids, why some feel there are more pressing matters.
Shocking allegations from a former head of security inside Twitter. I'm Christine Frizzau in Washington with what we're learning about your data and your privacy.
5:54 and making headlines. Shareholders of the social media site Twitter vote to approve the $44 billion offer to acquire the company by Elon Musk. The problem is Elon Musk no longer wants to buy the company, claiming that Twitter misled him and the public on various aspects of the company's profile, including its users and operations. A trial is scheduled on the matter in October.
Now, a former employee turned whistleblower laying out multiple examples of known negligence and misuse of users' data and privacy, including examples of awareness of foreign agents working inside Twitter's company.
National correspondent Christine Frizzau is here with us now with the shocking allegations from Washington.
You're about to get before this committee.
A powerful platform with long-held secrets now exposed to the public.
My name is Peter Zatko, but I'm more often referred to by my online handle as Mudge.
Twitter's former head of security telling lawmakers they've been misled by a company more than a decade behind on security standards, and that Twitter engineers, who he says make up half the workforce, all have access to users' data, including names, addresses, IP addresses, and location data, though tracking those employees' actions and what they were viewing is nearly impossible.
The company's cybersecurity failures make it vulnerable to exploitation, causing real harm to real people.
Zatko's disclosures show not only a willful ignorance by those at the highest levels of Twitter, but a deliberate refusal to act.
We've learned that personal data from Twitter users was potentially exposed to foreign intelligence agencies.
Last month, a former Twitter employee was convicted of spying on Saudi dissidents who used the platform and handing their data over to the Saudi government.
This is a matter of life and death, as we know, for these dissidents.
There is evidence as well of foreign agents from China and India working inside the company.
Experts say there are currently not any laws on the books to give the federal government the tools it needs to protect users' data, and that the regulatory body responsible for oversight here, the Federal Trade Commission, is too underfunded and understaffed to enforce the agreements that are in place.
Twitter is routinely ignoring the cybersecurity mandates in its consent order with the FTC and faces no real consequence or even possibility of consequence absent this whistleblower.
A whistleblower shining new light on the direct threat to the privacy and safety of all who use Twitter. In Washington, I'm Christine Frizzau.
Well, inflation frustration continuing this morning. The most recent consumer price index report showing inflation coming in at 8.3% year over year. Republicans blaming the president, while Democrats say the president's Inflation Reduction Act will help.
Democrats' policies are sucker punching American families every time they set foot in the checkout line.
The Inflation Reduction Act, passed by Congress a month ago, will go down as one of the most important legislative feats in decades. Thanks to this bill, Americans will see their energy costs come down.
While fuel prices have come down, other prices like groceries and rent show no sign of dropping. Republicans hope to make prices a big issue in the midterms.
Thousands of people gathered at the White House to celebrate the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act. President Biden signed it into law last month. It includes the biggest federal investment to fight climate change, with $375 billion over a decade. It also caps prescription drug costs for Medicare recipients and provides subsidies for health care insurance. Democrats say it's fully paid for through new taxes on large companies and stepped up IRS enforcement on the wealthy.
And after years of some of the biggest corporations in the United States paying zero in federal income tax, they'll now have to begin to literally pay their fair share. Today offers proof that the soul of America is vibrant, the future of America is bright, and the promise of America is real. It is real. It is real.
Biden also touted the bill will lower the deficit by $300 billion over 10 years. The Committee for a Responsible Budget says that Biden likely wiped out those savings by forgiving student loan debt and restructuring payment plans. That is estimated to cost around $500 billion over 10 years.
There's still concerns about squeegee kids at intersections, despite a community meeting to address the issue. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we're taking a closer look at those concerns.
City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby due right here in court today for her last pretrial hearing. Coming up, why prosecutors may push for a delay in the trial.
And our temperatures are looking good. In fact, we've dropped into the 50s officially right now. We'll take a look at what we can expect today and the weekend ahead on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Wednesday, September 14th. Thanks for joining us. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and yeah, it's a little bit cooler this morning, but remember, though, we're going to be like almost summer-like next week.
I'll take it, because then that leads us into fall, and then we know we're going to go otherwise from there. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here. So I want all the final days of heat.
I know. And we're going to try to do that for everybody to make sure everybody's happy. Patrice, Tom, good morning to both of you. Hopefully you're happy this morning. We appreciate you being with us, making us a part of your morning routine as you get up and at 'em. Let's take a look outside right now. And here's a look at our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Look at that nice morning glow. Still about 45 minutes away from the sun actually even coming up on your Wednesday. Check out these numbers. 46 in Oakland this morning. We're at 53 in Cumberland, 57 Hagerstown. Most of us in the upper 50s for Baltimore and Bel Air. 61 your temp right now in Westminster. So the weather story looks like this. Cool and dry morning. Plenty of sunshine for today and temperature staying right near average for mid-September. We'll keep those 50s and 60s going over the next few hours. And Mr. Bo says we are good to go on your morning drive. I'd go ahead and get those windows down. Feels nice outside right now. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now. How's it looking on the roads right now, Tom?
Everywhere's looking great except for the Francis Scott Key Bridge right now. If you're going northbound, that's not in any of these shots. There's a lot of emergency vehicles there. Northbound, flashing lights. Looks like a tow truck's just showing up right now. We'll try and figure out exactly what's going on there, but some traffic delay. Francis Scott Key Bridge. Everyone else in the green.
Happening today, Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby will face a judge for a final pre-trial hearing before she is scheduled to stand trial on 4 federal charges on Monday.
She's facing 2 counts of perjury, 2 counts of making a false statement on a loan application.
But now we're learning there could be a delay in the trial.
Shannon Lilly joining us live from the federal courthouse this morning with what each side is now arguing. Shannon.
Yeah, Tom, a lot of back and forth between federal prosecutors and Mosby's defense. Well, federal prosecutors are arguing that some key witnesses that are expected to testify right here in federal court during that trial not be allowed to do so, or that the trial be delayed altogether. And now Marilyn Mosby's defense team is responding. The defense saying in part, quote, the government's motion should be denied on their hypocrisy alone. They point to the arguments the feds made against delays in the trial when Mosby's team requested one and then was granted one months ago. Well, the prosecution, though, telling the court that Mosby's team didn't disclose 2 expert witnesses they plan to call by the July 1st deadline. Instead, they say they were first informed of the witnesses just last Friday. So prosecutors are asking the court today to either exclude their testimony or move the trial date altogether. Mosby's team is steadfast in pushing for the trial to start on Monday. Either way, though, Tom and Patrice, a judge will sort these arguments out today here in court.
All right, well, Shannon, we're hearing prosecutors also want to bring up statements that Mosby has made in the past about her travel businesses.
Yeah, Tom, that's exactly right. And Mosby is sort of changing her tune here. You'll remember back in 2020, both Mosby and a spokesperson for her said that these travel businesses were not operational during the pandemic. Well, then in a pretrial hearing just last week, Mosby's defense team said the businesses actually took a hit during the pandemic, and that's how she was qualified to take money out of her retirement account without paying a penalty. So we do expect this topic to be a key focus during next week's trial, as long as that trial is not delayed. Reporting live from the federal courthouse, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Shannon. Jury selection expected to begin tomorrow. Then the trial is scheduled to start Monday, September 19th. Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost will have complete coverage from the courtroom throughout the duration of this trial.
Admitted arsonist Luther Trent has entered a new plea deal for his state charges. Trent was originally released after serving less than 6 months in jail on a plea deal offered by City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's office. That plea deal was tossed because the victims in the case did not provide their impact statement before sentencing. The Dhruv Vignarajah, the attorney representing the victims, calls the new sentencing an example of what can happen when people fight for justice.
In so many ways, this is a case study in how the system should work. Local and federal prosecutors working together, the victims' voices being raised and heard by the judges as well as the people fighting on behalf of the city, and ultimately justice being done. Mr. Trent needs to be held accountable. Mr. Trent needs to be behind bars. The city needs to know that there are consequences for conduct like this, and to know that at least in some instances where people fight, justice can be done.
A judge resentenced Trent to 40 years in prison with all but 22 years suspended for charges he faces in Baltimore. He's also facing a 12-year sentence in federal prison. He will serve his time in federal prison before coming back to Maryland to serve the remaining time. Trent is appealing his federal sentence, though it's unclear on what grounds.
6:04, and now to a city in crisis, an effort to break a 40-year cycle of squeegee kids out on Baltimore streets.
Last night, a meeting allowed community members to speak up about the kids standing in the roads cleaning windshields for money, but cameras were not allowed into that meeting.
Olivia Dance joining us live now from a popular intersection for squeegee kids with the outcome and the unanswered questions. Olivia?
Good morning, and yeah, this corner here on President and Pratt Streets is a popular spot for squeegee kids, but after last night's meeting, some are wondering if anything's actually going to change or if it was all just a show. The community meeting took place at New Shiloh Baptist Church in collaboration with the mayor's office. 4 squeegee kids spoke, but they didn't want cameras inside, so City Hall complied.
We have young people who have asked us if we participate, it has to be on the condition that we don't have the media.
When explaining why they squeegee, one of the kids admitted it's tax-free money with no rules, but the lack of transparency by not allowing cameras came with criticism.
I think it needs to be shared. I think the community needs a rude awakening.
The young people said they don't want the cameras in there, but they got elders that's out there saying we don't want our windows washed.
Mayor Scott did not attend the meeting because he feared his appearance would distract from an honest conversation. But one of the questions that still remains is what, if anything, happens next? For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
6:06, a mysterious package explodes in the hands of a college employee in Boston.
Yeah, Megan Gillen is joining us from our live center with the new details in this investigation as it's underway. Megan?
Tom, a lot unfolding overnight. We're taking you live to Boston, where it's calm this morning, but the city is on edge right now after a package exploded in the hands of a Northeastern University employee. He's expected to be okay, but just into our newsroom, Boston City Police now revealing the package was not the only one found on site.
A search revealed a second similar package that was ultimately rendered safe by our bomb squad. I will tell you that the scene is secure and that the investigation is ongoing.
Northeastern University police tweeting meantime that the campus is secure. They are now saying that classes are expected to resume as normal a little later this morning. Now, as for a motive here, we are learning from police this morning that the package contained a note that criticized Facebook founder Mark Zuckerberg and the platform's relationship between academic institutions and the creation of virtual reality. No arrests have been made as of right now. We'll keep you posted if anything happens from Boston. That's the latest from our live center. Patrice?
A pending rail strike could impact your travel and the transportation of goods just ahead the deadline of when they have to reach an agreement.
Starting off cool this morning for your Wednesday hump day. We are going to talk about numbers this afternoon. Not looking too bad either. We'll break it all down for you on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning. Welcome back, everybody. 6:10 is your time. Your Weather Authority forecast. Really pretty picture here over our inner harbor this morning as the sun coming up here in just a little bit. As you head outside, you may need a light jacket, especially for those kids as you get them out to the bus stop, but definitely need the sunglasses on your out the door cast here today. And out for a run or a jog, also very pleasant conditions. Numbers right now in the low to mid 60s throughout the course of the morning. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. A kindergartner gives his mom an honest review of his homemade lunch after his first day of school. Take a look at this.
Hey, you did it. Mommy? Yeah. Terrible sandwich, by the way. Thanks for letting me know. Really terrible.
The little man didn't hold back, saying his sandwich that his mom made for him, terrible, as you just heard right there. A video, the young food critic, has gone viral on TikTok with more than 40 million views, despite being shared years after the actual event. The mother says she shares the hilarious clip around back to school every year, adding that her kid is now in 4th grade and the terrible sandwich in question was a peanut butter and jelly that was made in a rush that morning. Still ahead, all eyes on Wall Street. Speaking of terrible, big numbers we're keeping an eye on that could impact the market and your money. Mayor Scott turning down the chance to try the water in West Baltimore, but New York City's mayor taking up the challenge. Hear why he tried the water after an arsenic scare. 6:12 is the time.
.614 in your national news. Freight railroad representatives and union officials are heading to Washington, D.C. today ahead of a potential freight railroad strike.
Now, the two sides are expected to meet with the Department of Labor Secretary Marty Walsh. Contract negotiations are stalled. If there's not an agreement, though, by Friday, workers are expected to strike, and a strike could cost $2 billion a day, as everything from cars to coal and farm and food products could be stalled, leading to empty shelves and high prices again.
We're going to be very honest. A shutdown would have a tremendous impact on our supply chains, as you all know. It's going to have a ripple effects into our overall economy.
Well, that strike could cancel all Mark, Camden, and Brunswick line service as early as Friday morning. CSX owns the track, and its unions are barreling toward that work stoppage. Now, if their signal and track workers walk off the job, Mark, along with other regional rail carriers across the country, would have to halt service. Now, we should note that the Penn Line service will not be affected. Fox 45 News has compiled a list of alternative commute options on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Now, in a statement, Amtrak said its routes, though, that are coming from Chicago to L.A. or to Seattle or to San Francisco are all being suspended. Amtrak said this is in preparation over a possible freight rail service interruption if a new contract for those thousands of workers is not settled. Amtrak is not involved in these negotiations, but Amtrak operates on tracks largely owned by freight railroads.
Making headlines this morning, Queen Elizabeth II continues her final journey home. Her coffin arrived at Buckingham Palace with thousands of people gathering along the route to pay their respects. She'll be then taken by horse-drawn carriage today to the House of Parliament. There she'll lie in state for 4 days. A funeral is set for Monday at Westminster Abbey.
Ken Starr, the prominent attorney whose criminal investigation of Bill Clinton led to the president's impeachment, has died. Starr wore many professional hats in his career that attracted equal amounts of praise and criticism. He worked as a federal judge, government prosecutor, private lawyer, author, and educator. He was unafraid to take on new challenges and defended his record against critics. In 2020, he defended former President Trump in his first impeachment trial. Starr was 76.
Now to the latest on the western wildfires. California's so-called Mosquito Fire grows in size, but firefighters are getting a better handle on it. It now spans nearly 50,000 acres with 25% containment. The fire has been burning for nearly a week in 2 counties. 46 structures have been destroyed. Nearly 2,400 fire personnel are in the fight.
6:17 now, and yeah, it's time to get a check on our weather.
That's right. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers here with a look at the day ahead.
Now, you two are both parents, and Megan's a parent, and I'm a dog parent. So today is National Parents' Day Off.
Well, so who's... I don't know that leaving the house to the kids because we took off is better.
I'm just saying, that's the national day that is today. So
that's like, you know, Justin, when you go away on a real vacation and you have so much more work to come back home to. Yeah. There's no days off for parents. Leaving the house to the kids is
I thought it was funny
idea.
When it said National Parents because I would chuckle too. So I'm like, come on, parents never have a day off. So
Doesn't
yes,
happen.
I get it. Either way, happy Wednesday, everybody. It's hump day. There's no denying that. The final, the second to last hump day of summer because autumn begins next Thursday. I had to get my days all correct here. Beautiful shot from our Towson camera, Mile 1 Auto Group Cam. A few clouds out there this morning, but man, it feels a lot nicer. That humidity has taken a break. Look at this temperature at Towson, 58 degrees, no wind to speak of. The dew point at 53 degrees. Now, dew points today are going to stay in the 50s. That means we've got drier air in place. So that muggy meter is straight up into that nice category. Looking good for sure. And here's why. I mean, this nice ridge of high pressure continuing to bring in that drier and slightly cooler air to our region. Most of the East Coast is staying dry and a very quiet weather pattern setting up over the next couple of days. If you rise and shine with us over the next couple of hours, enjoying some breakfast and coffee, 65 by 8 a.m., lower 70s into that 9 o'clock hour, and that sun doesn't come up until 6:47. Out of Brewers Hill today, 73 by 10 a.m. If you're hanging out this afternoon, we'll see those numbers climb into the lower 80s. Very similar to where we were yesterday afternoon. Even the 4 and 5 o'clock hour, if you're having dinner outside, maybe throwing some stuff on the grill, we're talking about 82 by 5 p.m. And here's a look at your pool cast, which definitely is still in effect, especially as we head into the final weekend of summer. Lower 80s, great pool days over the next couple of afternoons. Checking out some of the numbers in your town. Eldersburg at 78. Good morning to you. We're at 81 in Towson this afternoon, 80 in Perry Hall and White Marsh, Dundalk, Essex, Middle River, all in those lower 80s along the Chesapeake. And we'll keep those 80s going for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C., down the ocean, looking at 77 in Ocean City. Great day to fly. Pilots, VFR conditions all day. 07 Hotel just got out of the annual. I'm excited to get up in the red wagon and fly her around this afternoon. So here's a look at our future scan. We're all good here today. Couple of clouds rolling through, slight little weak, what we call a backdoor cold front coming through tonight. And that's going to actually affect our temperatures and be a little bit cooler for tomorrow and into Friday. But overall, we are staying mainly dry. As I mentioned, that fall equinox, 8 days from today. We're 47 days out from Halloween and Thanksgiving now. 10 weeks from tomorrow with Debbie the Dancing Christmas Tree there in 102 days. 7-day forecast. Let's roll that beautiful bean footage. Lower 80s Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Mid 80s on Saturday. Now, the Ravens home opener is Sunday afternoon at M&T Bank Stadium. We're looking at a high of 87. It's going to be warm for players and fans, but no rain in sight and keeping those temperatures rising into early next week. Patrice?
All right, Justin, thanks. Let's get a look at our Lynn Stoller traffic network now. And as we take a look at the highways throughout our region, everyone moving along just fine. There are no issues to report in any of these areas. Let's get a check of mass transit. Here's Mark Jones with the MTA. Hi, Mark.
Well, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 511 and Brunswick 874, both running about 5 minutes late for the start. The other trains of MARC look good for travel. Light rail link keeping to the schedule in both directions. No delays or issues there. Metro subway link dealing with single tracking related to maintenance ongoing. And as a result, you may incur a delay a little later in your travel. So allow time for travel on Metro subway link. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Mayor Scott is set to sign a bill that would tackle illegal street racing. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we're taking a closer look at how the law would be enforced.
Don't get swindled at the car dealership. Just ahead, tips on how to avoid some common car buying mistakes. 6:22 is the time.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
.624, buying a new or used car is a major purchase, and navigating the sales process can be tricky and frustrating. New rules proposed by the Federal Trade Commission could be coming to help consumers, but until then, the car buying experts at Consumer Reports have some tips on how to avoid common car buying mistakes. Have you ever left a car dealership with the promise of a great deal, only to realize that smooth-talking car salesman took you for a ride? Those days could be coming to an end thanks to new guidelines being proposed by the Federal Trade Commission.
FTC received more than 100,000 complaints each year over the past 3 years about shady dealership practices, and now they're trying to put into place some protections to keep them from happening to consumers.
Some of the practices the FTC would ban: not disclosing the full price of a car to any consumer who asks.
Until then, you're going to want to get as much information in writing from the dealer as possible. Ask for an itemized out-the-door price,
Including for add-ons that have already been installed on that car that is apparently the last one in stock. Sound familiar?
Under the new rules, you would not have to pay more in order to purchase the vehicle. But until then, you need to negotiate with the dealer and try and get those extras taken off.
And did you know that half a dealer's profit, about $1,200 for new cars, and about a third of the profits, or $900 for used cars, comes from extra financing, leasing, and services fees?
At the end of the whole process, check the paperwork, check the math. If there is an extra that you want to buy, negotiate the price on that, and don't fall for unnecessary extras.
And how about when you go pick up the car only to be told there was a mistake? The car just got sold. The only one left is more expensive.
It's the classic bait and switch. And in most states, it's illegal. It's at least an unfair trade practice. And it's your sign that you should walk away from this dealership.
Well, not surprisingly, automobile dealer associations aren't too happy about the proposed rules, saying they're complicated and could negatively impact their businesses. Gorgeous, dry weather arrives in Maryland. Meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know how long this weather will last.
City leaders say there's no more contamination in the water and it's now safe to drink, but people we're talking to are skeptical. Coming up, one woman's challenge for the mayor.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Wednesday morning. 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Any way we can take the BAM real quick and see that shot right here?
Is that for?
Maybe the other camera.
Well,
but,
see,
yeah.
now I'm dressed for that.
Yes,
I'm thinking ahead, but this is for Wear Orange Wednesday right here, this shot.
Right, yeah, this is over Towson right now, and just any minute now, we're going to start seeing a little ball of fire come over that horizon, right?
Goodness gracious, we will, yeah. 17 minutes.
Well
Tom,
done.
To be exact.
17 minutes? Okay.
Yeah, 6:47 is our sunrise. Good morning, and yeah, Patrice said it. She's got the purple, got the orange. I mean, we love our Ravens and our O's. Those are going to be back in town next week. In fact, they got the win down the road against our rivals in D.C. last night. So just 5 games out of the wild card right now. All right, let's take that shot full again. This is what I was going to show you as well. Beautiful this morning, feeling good outside. Overall, a cool and dry morning. Plenty of sunshine on the way for today, and temperatures staying near average for this time of year. Mr. Bo says we are good to go. Low to mid 60s over the next couple of hours on your morning drive, getting you out and getting the kids out as well. And check the next 3 days. We're actually going to be a little cooler Thursday and Friday before we heat up on the second half of the weekend. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
Now to a city in crisis. Right now, a bill cracking down on street racing in Baltimore is awaiting the signature of Mayor Brandon Scott.
It calls for stiffer penalties for not only drivers, but spectators, too.
Olivia Dan's joining us live this morning from downtown Baltimore with a look into whether that bill will actually keep the street races away. Olivia?
Good morning. And yeah, as you mentioned, we're still waiting for the mayor to sign the bill, but he is expected to by the end of the month. The concern now is once it's signed, will it be enforced? Now, the bill includes a $1,000 fine and up to 1 year in jail if convicted of illegal street racing. And Ed Norris, a former Baltimore police commissioner, is concerned that the law won't be enforced.
If the police aren't going to enforce it now, what makes them think they're going to enforce this when there's just another law with a $1,000 fine?
The Baltimore Police Department is understaffed, and the city state's attorney's office has made it clear it isn't prosecuting certain lower-level crimes. But City Councilman Schleifer is addressing enforcement concerns, saying it's centered on confusion among officers about what the law is.
There's always confusion on the street about, what's the actual citation that would be written in a scenario like this? Is this like a minor traffic infraction? Are those who are participating, is there some type of violation against them, even though they may not be the ones driving a car? This bill really just clarifies it, puts it in very easy text.
In neighboring jurisdictions like Howard County, police recently charged 2 drivers. And in Hagerstown, police were asking the public for help in identifying drivers riding illegally. But once the mayor signs the bill, it will really just be a waiting game to see if anything changes. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
And that brings us to our question of the day. Do you think the city is doing enough to crack down on dirt bike riders? So far, 99% of those who voted say no. We want to hear from you. Go to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Well, happening today, Baltimore City Council will be meeting to discuss safe transitioning for city workers back to work. You'll remember City Hall remained closed for more than 2 years due to the pandemic. The decision to keep City Hall closed for so long had drawn criticism from the public as residents had limited access to leaders to address pressing issues.
Continuing coverage this morning, questions linger about what led to the E. coli water contamination in West Baltimore. Now, this comes even after city leaders have declared the E. coli contamination is over. Leaders have still not revealed the source of the bacteria. Shannon Lilly joins us live this morning from downtown Baltimore with concerns from residents who still don't trust the safety of the water. Shannon.
Yeah, residents we heard from, Patrice, are still very skeptical both of the mayor's words and of this water, and they are refusing to drink it. In fact, we spoke with a woman in that Harlem Park community. She's known in that community as Miss D, and she is explaining why she's refusing to drink the water and something that could convince her to drink the water. Take a listen.
Because he haven't gave me any facts, any proof. Where is it? I mean, they're still working on the pipes. I would like for the mayor to drink this water. And if he like, he can come over and have a glass of water with me.
So Fox 45 News took that challenge to the mayor and city council members. A spokesperson for the mayor responded with this statement. It reads in part, quote, Mayor Scott will not engage in any stunts or theatrics, but rather he will continue to work with his administration to ensure that the random testing and the investigation into what may have caused this incident continues. Meanwhile, people in this area are now being told that they can no longer use this bottled water that's sitting right here across from Miss D's home at the Harlem Park Recreation Center. Well, you'll remember the city suspended distribution services Friday with the lift of the boil water advisory. And now DPW's private security company is keeping watch over that bottled water, making sure no one takes it at this point until they pick it up. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, thank you, Shannon. Meanwhile, in New York City, Mayor Eric Adams chugging down a glass of tap water to end concern that it was contaminated with arsenic. In fact, in a tweet, he said, well, I wouldn't ask residents to do anything I wouldn't do, which is why I stopped by the Reese houses to drink the water myself.
6:36 now. All eyes are on Wall Street this morning after the recent inflation report sent stocks plunging.
Yeah, Megan Gillen live from our live center with where we're picking things up this morning. Megan?
Not pretty. You ready for this, guys? Take a look. What you're seeing right here is the Dow's worst day in more than 2 years. You can see we're down closing yesterday more than 1,200 points. President Biden offering some reassurance.
The stock market doesn't necessarily reflect the state of the economy, as you well know. And the economy's still strong, unemployment's low, jobs are up, manufacturing's good. So I think we're going to be fine.
With that said, at the same time as we take you live to the White House, they're now warning union negotiations with 57,000 rail workers are at a standstill, and a federally mandated cooling off period ends Friday, obviously raising the potential for a strike. The White House pressuring both sides to reach an agreement here. As we wait to see how that plays out, this morning at 8:30, we're going to get the producer price index, and that measures inflation at the wholesale level. And this is really seen as a predictor of future consumer prices, how much we're going to be paying for things. Meantime, tomorrow, we're going to also get some new data on retail sales. And this measures how much Americans are shopping and how much Americans are actually willing to spend. All of this feeds into next Wednesday's meeting of the Federal Reserve, when Chairman Jerome Powell is expected to announce another significant rate hike. We're going to keep you posted today as the market opens this morning and hopefully see some improvement from those numbers there. That's the latest from the Live Center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. The man who shot and killed John Lennon asking for parole for a 12th time. Just ahead, why the board keeps denying him.
And the Ravens game against the Miami Dolphins just 4 days away. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is letting us know how the weather for that home opener will be on this Sunday. 6:38 is the time.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
More proof why you should never seek shelter under a tree during a thunderstorm. A lightning strike set this palm tree on fire in El Paso, Texas. Thankfully, the fire was put out and no one was injured. Remember, when lightning strikes a tree, the charge will typically spread out, so anyone standing under or near it can be hit by the ground current. So be smart and stay safe.
For more content like this, follow the National Weather Desk on Twitter.
Well, making your headlines, a man who killed music legend John Lennon has been denied parole for a 12th time. New York's Department of Corrections says Mark David Chapman appearing before the parole board August 31st. Well, recently Chapman has expressed remorse for killing Lennon, but Lennon's widow, Yoko Ono, has reportedly submitted a number of letters asking the board to deny parole. In December of 1980, Chapman shot Lennon in his back 4 times. Chapman was sentenced to 20 years to life after pleading guilty. He will be eligible to seek parole again in 2 years. Many parents just love sharing back-to-school photos of their kids on social media. But before you jump on the trend, stalkers and scammers, they're excited for all that you share.
And the coffin holding the Queen is different than what you may expect. Just ahead this morning, what is weighing down her coffin and why it needs a certain material. 6:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.644 in your morning rush, an effort to break a 40-year cycle of squeegee kids on Baltimore streets. Last night, a meeting allowing community members to speak up about the kids that are standing on the roads cleaning windshields for money. But cameras were not allowed in that meeting. Olivia Dance is joining us now. Olivia, what can you tell us about the meeting and what happens next?
Well, Tom, after last night's meeting, some are wondering if anything's actually going to change or if the meeting was all just a show. Now, Mayor Scott was not at the meeting, but 4 squeegee kids spoke. And as you mentioned, they didn't want to be recorded, so City Hall complied. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll have more of what was talked about during that meeting. Plus, I'll explain why some still have concerns. Back to you.
All right, well, happening today, Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby will face a judge for a final pretrial hearing before she is scheduled to stand trial on 4 federal charges Monday. Shannon Lilly is joining us this morning with more on what's happening today that could impact the schedule of the trial. Shannon.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth, Patrice. So we know that the prosecution is requesting that certain key witnesses on the defense side not be allowed to testify here in court for the trial, or that the trial be delayed altogether because they say they weren't informed of those witnesses on the defense side until well after the deadline to do so. But the defense is calling the prosecution's motion hypocritical. They are pointing to the same arguments that the prosecution made when the defense was trying to delay the trial months back. So a lot happening here today at the federal courthouse, Patrice, and in just 15 minutes, I'm going to break this all down further. Now back to you.
Well, get this, the Queen's coffin making headlines for what it is made of. It has to be lined with lead, and that is because the Queen will be interred in King George VI Memorial Vault rather than just a traditional burial. The coffin is so heavy, if you've noticed, we've seen a lot of this video, there are 8 pallbearers rather than the normal 6. There is an inner coffin made of wood, and then that is actually covered in lead. It's placed inside an outer coffin. Essentially, guys, this is a coffin within a coffin. And something else of interest, there are sources that say this coffin was actually made 30 years ago, which is very common for royalty. They make their own coffins and then it's ready when needed. But just kind of weird behind the scenes knowledge of all that went into planning this decades ago.
I don't know if I understand why that's necessary.
The lead?
Yeah.
I know. I guess to preserve it. I think someone was talking about it's a sign of status. Only royalty has the lead coffin, and Winston Churchill, too. So people of higher...
He's the last person in Britain to lie in state. In the 60s, Winston Churchill was, yeah. So, but yeah, when I first read it, I thought lead coffin, okay, protect her, but protecting the body, but it's, obviously.
I know some, I don't know, it's going weird here, but I did a story in North Carolina, and it was very wet land, and like London's on, I don't know. So they used to do cement coffins there to keep it down because the water would push them out.
Oh, that's understandable.
But she's not going in the ground.
Right. So, and what are you preserving it for? Because eventually she will, do what bodies do. She'll decay in there. So are you preserving it for a certain amount of time? I'm not sure I understand, but if that is their tradition, then fully, you do what tradition
They're big into tradition over there.
They certainly are. But if you notice, if you've been watching the video, how heavy it is, you can see them as they're going up and down these stairs. It is a heavy coffin. I couldn't get any information on how much it weighed. I was trying to find that, but
interesting.
Huh. Interesting story.
That is interesting.
All right, 6:48 is your time. I don't know if you guys knew I was in France last week.
Oh, really?
Wait, what?
Well, just one point about that, I will say. We got to see the Eiffel Tower go dark for the Queen, and obviously that doesn't happen very often. A couple of nights it actually was completely dark, and it was, obviously nice to see that tribute, and also, not a lot of people get to see that unless you were there when it was happening. So that was kind of cool. Right now, beautiful shot here this morning, looking out over the Inner Harbor from our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. The sun is coming up just about right about now. You can't really see it from this shot, but this is the official sunrise time. There it is. Thank you, Mr. Curtis, out in the back. Even though I beat him at fantasy football, he's still doing stuff for me nicely in the backstage portion of our studio here. So thank you, Curtis. 58 is your temp right now. No wind to speak of. Our dew point at 53 degrees. Those guys easily could push a lot of buttons and just make me disappear. So our mugginess trend right now, we are going to see the dew point temperatures that will drop back into the 50s over the next couple of days. So already going to see some of that drier air. Hopefully you got to enjoy yesterday afternoon. It was real nice to have that lack of humidity, and that's going to continue as we head especially into Thursday and Friday. We're going to be even drier than we are right now. Heading out to the bus stop this morning, beep, beep, maybe a light jacket for the kiddos, right about 60 next hour. We're back to the upper 70s, though, for noontime and recess. And when you pick the kids up at the bus stop this afternoon, we're talking about lower 80s. So any of those outdoor plans you have for practices for soccer or lacrosse or football, or maybe some golf. Great afternoon to get out there and play. Or even this morning, we're seeing those numbers here in the lower 70s by 9 a.m., upper 70s by noon, and even to the lower 80s for you this afternoon as well. 81 is typically where we are this time of year, so a lot of us in the upper 70s and lower 80s, kind of right near that average. The heat is on in the Central Plains. Lower 90s for Dallas and OKC, up into Omaha, even lower 80s in Minneapolis today. Now, as for us, our temperature trend stays right near average, but look what happens on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Those numbers creep up. Upper 80s on Sunday for the Ravens game, and continuing to see those numbers get close to 90 for the first part of next week. No issues on cleaning the car up. 3 greens across the board for your car wash cast, and you can see there's really no rain in sight here on our future scan. Quickly want to shout out Juice the dog. Look at Juice right there, just chilling. And I like the name of the person who sent this in, Jessica Cage. Sounds like a superhero to me, man. That is an awesome name, Jessica. And so is Juice. So thanks for sending that picture in. jcchambers@foxbaltimore.com is my email. All right, here we go. That 7-day forecast looks like this. As I mentioned, 80s staying dry. Upper 80s on Sunday. Ravens game is going to be warm there at M&T Bank Stadium. And then, as I mentioned, we're close to 90 into early next week. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network cameras here. And you see the map, yellow there, and then 295 headed towards D.C. Some slowdown southbound, and it's only because of the traffic. There's no issues to report that are being marked out there at all throughout the Baltimore region.
A new inflation report throwing cold water on the idea that prices were finally coming down. I'm Atrell Nashar with a look at what's getting more expensive.
Make family dinner time a priority in your house. Ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, the impact family meals can have on your kids' self-esteem and even grades. And around here, coffee is a priority. It's time for a coffee break.
Well, a big celebration for the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, which President Joe Biden signed into law just last month.
It includes the biggest federal investment to fight climate change with $375 billion over a decade.
Now, it also caps prescription drug costs for Medicare recipients and provides subsidies for health care insurance. Democrats say it's fully paid through new taxes on large companies and stepped up IRS enforcement on the wealthy.
And after years of some of the biggest corporations in the United States paying zero in federal income tax, they'll now have to begin to literally pay their fair share. Today offers proof that the soul of America is vibrant, the future of America is bright, and the promise of America is real. It is real. It is real.
Biden touting the bill will lower the deficit by $300 billion over 10 years. The committee, though, for a responsible budget says Biden likely wiped out any of those savings by forgiving student loan debt and restructuring payment plans. That's actually estimated to cost around $500 billion over the next 10 years.
Members of the GOP think the timing of the celebration was in poor taste following the recent inflation report. Take a look at some of the reaction this morning. Congressman Jody Hice saying Americans aren't taking the victory lap with you. Representative Bill Johnson says, celebrating what? Congresswoman Virginia Fox says families saw grocery prices skyrocket. They aren't celebrating. U.S. stocks are at their lowest point since June of 2020 following the latest inflation report.
The report shows prices are not falling at the rate Wall Street and the Federal Reserve would like them to. National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar is taking a closer look at the numbers impacting your budget.
The highly anticipated August inflation report delivering an unwanted reality check. Getting prices under control won't be easy. While gas and plane ticket prices fell substantially, the relief is overshadowed by soaring costs of medical care, food, and shelter. Earlier this summer, Michael Moore of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, saw his apartment rent go from $1,000 per month to $1,500, a 50% increase.
If I can't make rent, I'd be homeless. They'd kick me, put me on the streets. From what they said, it was their way or the highway.
Some finding ways to be flexible in their grocery shopping, like buying wholesale or private labels. According to Bankrate economist Mark Hamrick, the inflationary pressures driving up food prices are long-term problems.
When we think about all the disruptions that we've had with the climate, and that does affect food supply. Also, those who produce food also have to pay for labor.
The labor shortage has employers paying a premium for workers, but Tuesday's inflation data show that rising prices are outpacing wages, meaning the buying power of the average hourly worker is down almost 3% from a year ago. The president hosting a celebration of Democrats' recently passed Inflation Reduction Act intended to lower energy costs and prescription drug prices. Republicans calling the event Tuesday an out-of-touch victory lap.
With this law, the American people won and special interests lost.
Maya McGinnis, head of the nonpartisan committee for a responsible federal budget, supports the law, but in a new op-ed says overall the president hasn't been fiscally responsible since taking office and argues the debts racked up by Presidents Biden and Trump make the country vulnerable to higher inflation. Another tough wake-up call could come Wednesday with the release of a second inflation report detailing price pain for businesses. In Washington, I'm Atra Al-Nashar reporting.
Download the Fox 45 News app for breaking news, up-to-the-minute traffic conditions, school closings, and weather anytime. Search WBFF in your app store.
City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby due right here in federal court today for her last pretrial hearing. Coming up, why prosecutors may push for a delay in the trial.
Felt secluded, that this was just, you know, a show.
More questions and answers this morning following a meeting aimed at finding solutions for squeegee kids just ahead, who city leaders ended up bowing to when it came to the decision not to allow cameras in the meeting.
Temperatures are starting off very nice so far for your Wednesday morning. We'll take a closer look at today and the weekend ahead. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Wednesday, September 14th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and the sun will be coming up here, or actually, it's actually up now for the last 15 minutes. But will it make it any warmer today?
I know. We need windows in studio so we can see more of that. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here.
We should talk to some people about that.
Yeah. We should. You do that.
No,
You've
we'll
got the
ask
juice.
Forgiveness. We'll just cut a hole, then we ask forgiveness.
Sunroof, that's perfect. Yeah. Good morning, both of you. Good morning, everybody. Appreciate you making this a part of your morning routine. Yeah, if you got those windows open, feeling good with some of that air that is nice out there, drier air as well. This is kind of our window for you on the camera in Towson, our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Really pretty picture there with that bright sun. sunshine. Temperatures statewide. Look at those 40s in Oakland, 52 in Cumberland, upper 50s for us in Baltimore, over to Bel Air, up into Westminster at 59, your number right now. So Mr. Bo says we are good to go. Probably windows down this morning and feeling good out there with 50s and 60s over the next couple of hours. Should top out about 83, so actually about a degree warmer than we were yesterday, but overall staying sunny and dry as well. We're back with your full forecast, including the final weekend of summer ahead. That's in just a bit. Tom, how's it looking on the roads?
Not too bad, except there is one incident we need to report from your Len Stoller Traffic Network cameras here. And you see it right there, some of the slow spots around 695. This right at, that's Old Court Road, there's a slowdown, but that's because there's an accident right at 70. It's on the outer loop. It's over on the right shoulder, but you can see as soon as you start tapping your brakes, it backs up for miles because of that. They're cleaning up that traffic right now.
7:01 happening today. Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby will face a judge for a final pretrial hearing before she is scheduled to stand trial on 4 federal charges on Monday.
Now, she's facing 2 counts of perjury, 2 counts of making a false statement on a loan application.
But now we're hearing that there could be a delay in the trial.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live from the federal courthouse this morning with what each side is now arguing. Shannon?
Yeah, a lot of back and forth, Tom, between federal prosecutors and Mosby's defense. Prosecutors arguing that certain witnesses should not be allowed to testify right here in federal court, or that the trial be delayed altogether. And now Marilyn Mosby's defense team is responding. Take a look. The defense saying in part, quote, the government's motion should be denied on their hypocrisy alone. And then they point to the arguments that the feds made against delays when Mosby's team requested and was granted one months ago. Well, the prosecution, though, telling the court that Mosby's team did not disclose 2 expert witnesses that they plan to call by the July 1st deadline. Instead, they say they were first informed of those witnesses just last Friday. So prosecutors are asking the court today to either exclude their testimony or to move that trial date. Well, Mosby's team is steadfast, though, in pushing for the trial to start Monday. Either way, though, Tom and Patrice, we know that a judge will sort through these arguments right here in federal court today.
All right, well, Shannon, we're hearing prosecutors also want to bring up the statements Mosby has made in the past about her travel businesses.
Yeah, and Tom, that's exactly right. And Mosby is sort of changing her tune here. You'll remember back in 2020, both Mosby and a spokesperson for Mosby said that those travel businesses were not operational. Well, then in a pretrial hearing just last week, Mosby's defense team said that those businesses actually took a hit during the pandemic, and that's the reason why she qualified to take out money from her retirement account without paying a penalty. So we know all of this will be a big focus during the trial next week, as long as that trial is not delayed. Reporting live right here at the federal courthouse, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, thank you, Shannon. Jury selection expected to begin tomorrow. Then the trial is scheduled to start Monday, September 19th. Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost will have complete coverage from the courtroom through the duration of this trial. 7:04, and now to a city in crisis, an effort to break a 40-year cycle of squeegee kids on Baltimore streets.
Last night, a meeting allowed community members to speak up about the kids standing in the roads washing windshields, but the cameras were not allowed in the meeting.
Olivia Dance is joining us live from a popular intersection usually seen with squeegee kids, with the outcome and the unanswered questions from that meeting. Olivia.
Good morning, and yeah, this corner here on President and Pratt Street is a popular spot for squeegee kids, but after last night's meeting, some are wondering if anything's actually going to change or if it was all just a show. The community meeting took place at New Shiloh Baptist Church in collaboration with the mayor's office. 4 squeegee kids spoke, but they didn't want cameras inside, so City Hall complied.
We have young people who have asked us if we participate, it has to be under the condition that we don't have the media.
When explaining why they squeegee, one of the kids admitted it's tax-free money with no rules. But the lack of transparency by not allowing cameras came with criticism.
I think it needs to be shared. I think the community needs a rude awakening.
The young people said they don't want the cameras in there, but they got elders that's out there saying we don't want our windows washed.
Mayor Scott did not attend the meeting because he feared his appearance would distract from an honest conversation. But another question that still remains is what, if anything, happens next? For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Baltimore police tell us they have received hundreds of squeegee-related calls for service since July. Fox 45 News has seen video after video from our viewers showing heated interactions with squeegee kids. Now, some of those encounters have led to physical fights or squeegee kids damaging cars. In July, a squeegee kid was charged with shooting and killing Timothy Reynolds. Police say Reynolds got out of his car and confronted a group of them with a bat.
Mayor Scott and City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby have both said they won't clear the streets of squeegee kids, but there are laws in place to keep them out of intersections. In fact, right now, the police department is using overtime to patrol some of the squeegee intersections, despite the police commissioner acknowledging that plan is not sustainable. The police department tells us they have no plans to pull the officers back. Trending this morning, after more than a century as a women's college, Notre Dame of Maryland University, it's opening up its doors to men.
In a unanimous trustee decision, the Baltimore school will begin accepting male undergraduates next fall. The university noted the number of women's colleges has been on the decline. There are now fewer than 40 in the United States. The school has previously enrolled men in its graduate programs.
A bright spot for tech workers in our area.
Maryland has been deemed the second best state for tech employees. That is according to a recent study from Small PDF.
A Maryland tech worker earning average salaries of more than $110,000 per year, and 54 out of every 1,000 people work in the tech industry. Our neighboring Virginia, which has Amazon's second headquarters under construction, ranked first overall, with Washington, Colorado, and Massachusetts rounding out the top 5. So, yeah, 110 average for median income for tech industry. Not bad at all.
Pretty good.
Not bad.
No,
My brother-in-law's in tech, and he was in Colorado, and they moved to Maryland, and he said Maryland is great because they have the fiber internet. So there's a lot of techie jobs for that, too.
That's good.
And if Virginia is #1 in tech, good for them, but they can have it because you don't want to deal with that Virginia traffic to have to get to those jobs.
Well,
so
usually they're working from home now.
That's true.
You know, most of them are at home, calling in.
Work from home,
crazy.
making like meteorology money. You're, what are you doing? You're just pushing buttons and tracking things. Nice.
We look to you for a
enjoy
response.
Your boat.
Got my clicker right here. Right. Yeah. Going to push some buttons now, talk about the forecast.
Okay.
How about that?
Let's
Sounds
do it.
good.
Beautiful shot outside right now as we take you here from our Inner Harbor shot, looking right down the 395. There are the Charm City Tanks. My gosh, I forgot. Charm City Tanks shot. There we go. And overall, not a bad day. In fact, a great day, boaters, to be on the water. A little breezy out there. Ahoy on your captain's cast. 9 a.m. northwest wind about 5 to 10 knots and waves about 1 to 2 feet. Low tide at 4:23 this afternoon. High tide coming back in at 10:48 tonight in the Patapsco after your high tide this morning. Upper 70s by noon, boaters and watermen, and lower 80s into that 3 and 4 o'clock hour. Should be a great day to be on the water. High of 83 today. Overnight lows into the 60s and then back into the lower 80s. Actually a little cooler for tomorrow. We'll take a closer look at that forecast as well as the weekend ahead in just a few minutes.
All right, let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and your drive times here. You see the slowdowns, 795 to 95, 18 minutes in the yellow there, 95 to 83, 17 minutes. They're about double what they should be when you're in the green.
7:09 now. A mysterious package explodes in the hands of a college employee in Boston.
And Megan Gillen is at our live center right now with the new details in this investigation. It's underway right now, Megan.
A lot unfolding here, Tom. We're taking you live to Boston. Quiet out there right now, but that city on edge after this package exploded in the hands of a Northeastern University employee. He's expected to be okay, but just into our newsroom, Boston City Police now revealing the package was not the only one found on site.
A search revealed a second similar package that was ultimately rendered safe by our bomb squad. I will tell you that the scene is secure and that the investigation is ongoing.
Well, Northeastern University, take a look. The police there tweeting out that the campus is secure and that classes are expected to resume as normal here this morning. As for a motive, we're still learning more about this. Police now saying the package did contain a note that criticized Facebook founder Mark Zuckerberg and the platform's relationship between academic institutions and the creation of virtual reality. No arrests have been made as of right now. We'll keep you posted as this unfolds. Tom, back to you.
All right, thank you, Megan. We'll take a look at this, a preview of what's so Baltimore today.
Here's Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark.
Hey guys, so the Trash Wheel Fan Fest is back after a 3-year hiatus. We're going to talk about that and hopefully see the trash wheel. But yeah, it's back after 3 years.
Right, Mark, thank you. Here's a look at the big stories we're following this hour. Skepticism still.
I'm not drinking the water yet.
The challenge one woman has for Mayor Brandon Scott and why he won't be doing it.
On the back-to-school pictures with your kids holding up those signs could be putting your personal information and theirs at risk. The warning now about scammers using all the information and what they're going to do with it. 7:11's the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Some social media sites have become the place to post photos of your children and pets, right? We all know that, especially pictures of your kids going back to school. But law enforcement is sending out a special warning to parents and guardians this year to limit how many details you actually share. Angie Barnett with the Better Business Bureau agrees and is joining us now with the warnings for this week's Confident Consumer. We saw the report and we were looking at it. I'm like, well, I'm seeing a lot of my friends post that. You see the kids, the year of whatever school they're going at, the grade, the level that they're going into. But then I started Googling. There's a lot of details that people share.
And that's what we want to talk about. A lot of them have the chalkboards and they'll have the child's name, the school location, the teacher, and I've seen some that even has information about the child's height or weight or different things because you're really proud of your growing children, and you want to share that, compare the previous years. But there's some challenges, and let me say the reason why. Scammers can use this information for identity theft, because if we all think back on all the security questions that we choose to use, it's your child's middle name or what school did you go to, you're giving a lot of detail. The other is, of course, there's dangerous people out there. So when they know what school your child goes to, it makes it easier for them. So we want to limit the information to simply your child's first name. Your wife did this. The child's first name and what grade they're going into. That is wonderful.
And I mean, it is making it easier, though, for the child predators out there that may sit there and wait in the parking lot like, oh, I know, and because now they know their name and the image of what they are and which school they go to. So now they can say, oh, yeah, your parents told me to pick you up, whatever it is.
Absolutely.
So that's the one law enforcement warning. But going back to the details, that was a very good point about your passwords. I mean,
absolutely.
So should parents go back and erase all prior years?
Yes, I would. If it's on social media, I would go back and just gently take those down and just give thought going forward. The other thing is locations. Turn off the location. My daughter showed me and said, Mom, look at all the apps on your phone. That little blue light, that means they're tracking your location. Check that for your child. You don't want anybody to have access to where your child is except for you. So checking the apps on the phone is critically important as well.
There. Also, privacy settings on our own social media sites. BBB is warning us not to make sure that we look through them,
too. You got to be really careful who is accessing your information if you're publishing information about your child. And lots of people do that. So we really want you to check privacy settings and verify that the people you want are getting the information, not those.
One other tip that you had on your website with Better Business Bureau was making sure that you get the approval of your friends, because you want to brag about your maybe a cute child.
Yeah, you just really need to be cautious. Don't publish in social media photos of other children, parties, things like that, without the parents' permission. That's just, in today's world, we just don't want to do that. There's so much of what we don't know, along with what we do know.
The simple things that we tend to become like just, oh, okay, every day we just post things. Just watch out, because somebody's out there just
being
watching
thoughtful of yourself
moment.
And your child.
Angie Barnett, thank you.
Thank you.
We want to go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers, though. He's got a look at the forecast, and yes, a beautiful day ahead, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to step out of the way, Tom, and we are looking at a gorgeous shot here of our Towson camera. We can see that bright, sunny start to your day. It feels very nice outside if you haven't stepped outside just yet. Nice kind of refreshing feeling with that drier air and cooler temperatures, and that muggy meter staying in the green today, y'all. We're talking about nice conditions with dew point temperatures mainly in the 50s, so that drier air remains in place. As the kids get out to school, beep, beep, at the bus stop, your forecast looking like this. Those numbers here in the next couple of hours will stay in the 50s and 60s. Back to the upper 70s by noontime and recess. And when you pick the kids up from the bus stop, we're already going to be back to the lower 80s. Hank the Bird excited about today's weather. Thanks, Hank. And he and his feathered friends enjoying your bird is the word cast with 69 by 9 a.m. We'll see those upper 70s around the area through the middle part of the day. And temperatures in your neighborhoods, not too bad today. 80 in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. Up in the Hereford zone, northern Baltimore County at 77. 79 Westminster down through Eldersburg and Carroll County. Lower 80s for Dundalk, even 80 in Perry Hall and White Marsh this afternoon. Harford and Cecil counties also getting in on some of those upper 70s and lower 80s for Aberdeen and Perryman up in the Northeast and Elkton. And up and down the 95 corridor, most of us in the Mid-Atlantic looking pretty good today, from New York and Philly down through Baltimore and D.C. 77 in Cumberland, Western Maryland, seeing some of those nice 70s. Maybe you're going to fly over there today. VFR conditions, pilots, visual flight rules, and not much wind. A little northwesterly wind will be around throughout the afternoon, so you're probably taking off at 3-3 in Martin and BWI. All right, so here's a look at our temperature tracker. Numbers mainly in the lower 80s, and you can see those numbers closer to average as we head toward Friday. But watch what happens Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. They go away and warmer than average. Even by next week, could see some 90-degree temperatures return. We know it can still be hot in September and October, so we're not quite done officially with that heat packing it up just yet. Here's a look at our future scan. Staying dry today. We have a week what we call a backdoor cold front that's going to come through tonight. Not even really being depicted here, but that will bring us some slightly cooler temperatures into Thursday and Friday. But that big old H right there, that's that ridge of high pressure. And when you see that on a weather map, that typically means that we've got fair conditions and not much rain rain on the way. 8 days away from the beginning of fall officially. That fall equinox is next Thursday. Halloween in just 47 days, and we're 58 days out now from Veterans Day, November 11th. All right, here's that 7-day forecast, and the Ravens home opener is this weekend, everybody. We're talking about Sunday afternoon at 1 o'clock, M&T Bank Stadium. Look at those numbers, 87 for our high on Sunday afternoon. It's going to be warm for that game, and then Monday and Tuesday, those numbers just keep climbing. Next real chance for rain doesn't even come until Tuesday of next week. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Justin. Looking now at our Lynn Stoller Traffic Network, 895 and 95 this morning. Traffic a little bit heavy out there, but it's moving. Nothing to slow you down.
Job of the Day is sponsored by Antwerpen Auto Group.
Getting Marilyn back to work, it is time for our Job of the Day. Living in a free environment is hiring a registered nurse. For more information, go to foxbaltimore.com. And if you are an employer with jobs that need to be filled, please send your information to news@foxbaltimore.com.
Mayor Scott is set to sign a bill that would tackle illegal street racing. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we'll take a closer look at how the law would be enforced.
And we're at the Peabody Heights Brewery this morning. Now the Fan Fest is coming up. We're going to tell you all about it, and also all the beer you could drink. What? Yes. I'll tell you what coming up this morning of Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
$7:24, and it's so Baltimore. Fans of Mr. Trash Wheel, get ready for the biggest festival.
That's right, because the Trash Wheel Fan Fest returns after a 3-year hiatus. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live at the Peabody Heights Brewery. He has more. And, you know, there's always questions and about the Trash Wheel.
That's right. That's right. And again, I had questions. I expected to see Mr. Trash Wheel here and greet the trash wheel and say hello, but obviously he's on the water doing his job, right, Eddie?
That's right. Yeah, there's 4 trash wheels in Baltimore. Probably the most famous one's Mr. Trash Wheel. So they sit at the sort of the interceptors right before the harbor in the bay, and so they collect all the trash before it enters the bay.
And you may see the googly-eyed trash collecting machine out there, and also we have a solar version.
Oh, so they're all solar powered?
Oh, they're all solar
But there's 4 of them. There's Mr. Trash Wheel, Professor Trash Wheel, Captain Trash Wheel, and most recently Gwendolyn the Great of the Great Falls.
And so the great thing about the event is, if you love beer, Patrice, did you guys see me splash the beer on me earlier? I'm going to make good. See, they're going to be doing this all during the event. And, of course, tell us about the activities at the event going down.
Yeah, absolutely.
3-year return.
Yeah, so FanFest is sort of our opportunity to work and sort of partner with local artists and people that are interested and big fans of the trash wheel. So there'll be a DJ, there'll be sort of interactive activities. So we'll also feature artists, art from about 10 plus different artists that are all trash wheel themed.
Awesome. It's going down right here. We'll find out more information, guys. I'll spill more beer on myself, but also I may even have a cool libation this morning. Is that legal? I don't know. Is that legal?
I think so.
I don't know. Is it legal? Is it legal, guys? I don't know.
Hey, who says it isn't?
Yeah,
so,
he's 21, right?
But Tom says you need to learn how to pour. You're not doing it right.
Yeah, you got to grip it and rip it.
Did that
go quick?
Did that go on television? You saw that?
Oh yeah, where you splashed all the CO2 everywhere. Yeah.
Great. And so, guys, when I get back, I'll be smelling like beer all day long. So great. But thanks, Eddie. Thanks.
Blame it on that. We know the real deal. All right. If you want more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Starting off cooler and drier with the temperatures in the 50s and 60s. Yeah, maybe some dark beer this morning, but meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast for the last weekend of summer, and cold beer is on tap.
City leaders say there's no more contamination in the water and that it's safe to drink, but people we're talking to are skeptical. Coming up, one woman's challenge for the mayor. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Wednesday morning, 7:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it looks like it's going to be an absolutely gorgeous day today.
That's really nice. Meteorologist Justin Chambers. Take as many of these as we can as we're going out of summer and headed toward fall.
Yeah, and we're not quite done with summer, guys, and we still have some heat to get through, especially as we get into the second half of the weekend and early next week. Let's take you outside right now. Hopefully you've had a moment to get outside and get that nice breath of fresh air. Fed Hill, the flag, very quiet right now with not much wind out there to speak of and calm conditions on the Inner Harbor. How about 55 in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, 58 Owings Mills, 59 in Woodlawn and Baltimore City, and we're at 62 in Dundalk. So we're going to keep those temperatures in the mid to upper 60s over the next couple of hours if you're out for a run or a jog, getting that exercise on when it feels good. Even today at 83, not too bad with that lack of humidity, similar to how we were yesterday. And we're actually going to be a little cooler tomorrow and Friday, keeping those numbers right near average. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that over on that big green wall coming up in a few minutes from right now.
Now to a city in crisis. Right now, a bill cracking down on street racing in Baltimore is awaiting the signature of Mayor Brandon Scott.
It calls for stiffer penalties for not only drivers, but for the spectators, too.
And Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning from downtown Baltimore with a look at whether this bill will actually keep the street racers off the streets. Olivia.
Well, Tom and Patrice, as you mentioned, we're still waiting for the mayor to sign the bill, but he's expected to by the end of the month. The concern now, though, is once it's signed, will it be enforced? Now, the bill includes a $1,000 fine and up to 1 year in jail if convicted of illegal street racing. And Ed Norris, a former Baltimore police commissioner, is concerned that the law won't be enforced.
If the police aren't going to enforce it now, what makes them think they're going to enforce this when there's just another law with a $1,000 fine?
The Baltimore Police Department is understaffed, and the city state's attorney's office has made it clear it isn't prosecuting certain lower-level crimes. But City Councilman Schleifer's addressing enforcement concerns, saying it's centered on confusion among officers about what the law is.
There's always confusion on the street about, what's the actual citation that would be written in a scenario like this? Is this like a minor traffic infraction? Are those who are participating, is there some type of violation against them, even though they may not be the ones driving a car? This bill really just clarifies it, puts it in very easy text.
In neighboring jurisdictions like Howard County, police recently charged 2 drivers. And in Hagerstown, police were asking the public for help in identifying drivers riding illegally. But once the mayor signs the bill, it will really be a waiting game to see if anything actually changes. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
That brings us to our question of the day. Do you think the city is doing enough to crack down on dirt bike rioters? So far, 99% of those who voted say no. We want to hear from you. Go to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Well, happening today, Baltimore City Council will be meeting to discuss safe transitioning for city workers back to work. Remember, City Hall remained closed for more than 2 years due to the pandemic. The decision to keep City Hall closed for so long drew criticism from the public as residents had limited access to their leaders to address pressing issues.
Elsewhere, in a city in crisis, disturbing radio traffic makes the rounds on social media, showing Baltimore first responders are at their wits' end.
For the third time, we told you we are out of service per EMS2 for relief. I'm completely prepared to tell my driver to disembark, and I will drive this thing in the Inner Harbor.
That audio coming from an EMT with Baltimore City Fire Department threatening to send the ambulance into the Inner Harbor.
Fox 45 News spoke with the union, and they said it is a clear sign their members are overworked and at their breaking point.
I'm not going to comment on the video directly, but I would say the morale of this department is like that of a sinking ship. It can't get any worse. Members are completely fatigued. They're completely at their breaking point, and there's no end to this in sight. They're working multiple overtime shifts every week just to keep the department afloat.
There are times that the department is so short-staffed, some fire companies are forced to close. Fox 45 News reached out to the Baltimore Fire Department for a comment. A spokesperson says they are unable to discuss as this is a disciplinary matter. Continuing coverage this morning, questions linger about what led to the E. coli water contamination in West Baltimore. This comes even after city leaders have declared the E. coli contamination is over. Leaders still have not revealed the source of the bacteria.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning from downtown Baltimore with concerns from residents who still do not trust the safety of the water. Shannon.
Yeah, Tom, people we spoke to in Harlem Park are still very skeptical, both of the mayor's words and also of this water. They're refusing to drink it. In fact, we spoke with one woman who is best known as Miss D in that neighborhood, and she's explaining why she's not drinking the water and also something that could convince her to drink it. Take a listen.
Because he haven't gave me any facts, any proof. Where is it? I mean, they're still working on the pipes. I would like for the mayor to drink this water. And if he like, he can come over and have a glass of water with me.
Yeah, so Fox 45 News took that challenge to the mayor and city council members. A spokesperson for the mayor responding with this statement that reads in part, quote, Mayor Scott will not engage in any stunts or theatrics, but rather he will continue to work with his administration to ensure that the random testing and the investigation into what may have caused this incident continues. Meanwhile, people in this area are now being told they can no longer use this bottled water that's still sitting right here across from Ms. D's home at the Harlem Park Recreation Center. The city was giving that water out, but suspended distribution services Friday with the lift of the boil water advisory. And now DPW's private security company is keeping watch on that water, making sure nobody takes it until they come and pick it up. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Well, in New York City, Mayor Eric Adams chugging down a glass of tap water to end concern that it was contaminated with arsenic. Now, in a tweet, he wrote, I wouldn't ask residents to do anything I wouldn't do, which is why I stopped by the Reese houses to drink the water myself.
7:37, all eyes are on Wall Street this morning after the recent inflation report sent stocks plunging.
Yeah, Megan Gillen joining us from our live center with where we're picking up this morning. Megan.
Yeah, it's not good. Take a look at this, guys. This is actually what you're seeing here, the worst day the Dow has had in more than 2 years. You can see we're down more than 1,200 points there. President Biden offering some reassurance. Listen in.
The stock market doesn't necessarily reflect the state of the economy, as you well know. And the economy's still strong, unemployment's low, jobs are up, manufacturing's good. So I think we're going to be fine.
With that said, at the same time, the White House now warning union negotiations with 57,000 rail workers are at a standstill, and a federally mandated cooling off period ends Friday. And of course, that's raising the potential for a strike. The White House pressuring both sides to reach an agreement as we wait to see how this plays out. This morning at 8:30, just about an hour from now, we're going to get the producer price index, and that measures inflation at the wholesale level. And this is really seen as a predictor of future consumer prices, how much we're going to be paying for things. Tomorrow, we're also going to get some new data on retail sales, which measures how much Americans are shopping and how much they're willing to actually spend. All of this, guys, this is what's feeding into next Wednesday's meeting of the Federal Reserve, when Chairman Jerome Powell is expected to announce another significant rate hike. We're going to keep you posted as the market opens this morning and hopefully see some improvement there. Tom, back to you.
Thank you, Megan. A possible railroad strike could make its way to Baltimore this week. After the break, the events over the next 2 days that have potential of preventing a nationwide strike.
Starting off cool this morning with a sunny day ahead. Meteorologist Justin Chambers takes a look at how your temperatures are holding up as the sun comes out. 7:39 is the time. 741 freight railroad representatives and union officials are heading to Washington, D.C. today ahead of a potential freight railroad strike.
Now, the two sides expected to meet with the Department of Labor Secretary Marty Walsh tomorrow. The meeting comes amid concerns that about 60,000 workers may just go on strike if there's no deal by Friday. Officials say a freight rail service shutdown would likely have major economic consequences across the U.S.
Now, that strike could impact us right here in Baltimore. All Mark, Camden, and Brunswick line service could be canceled as early as Friday morning.
Now, if their signal and track workers do walk off the job, Mark, along with other regional rail carriers across the country, would have to halt service. And we should note, Penn line service will not be affected. Fox 45 News has compiled a list of alternative routes that you could take or commute options, and that's right on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Buses filled to the brim, classrooms without teachers. After the break, we bring your concerns about the schools to the Anne Arundel County Executive.
Your chance to win free tickets to see the Wheel of Fortune live. That's coming up a little bit later on this morning. Stay tuned for Fox 45 News all morning long and be ready to call when we give you the cue. 7:43 is the time.
Welcome back, everybody. Time right now is 7:45. I'm meteorologist Justin Chambers. Happy hump day as we take a look out over Fed Hill this morning. And overall, not looking too bad. In fact, a very calm morning. It also feels very nice outside. That 59-degree temperature is also feeling pretty good, especially when you factor in the dew point at 53 degrees. That puts that humidity 81%. But as we see those temperatures rise today, the dew point numbers stay into the 50s. And that's going to be the mugginess trend here as we take you over the next couple of days. In fact, notice Thursday and Friday, those dew points barely even registering. So we've got comfortable and even pleasant conditions. It will start to feel a little muggier by Sunday, and that's going to be just in time for the Ravens home opener at M&T Bank Stadium. Temperatures are also going up. So we are no means done with summer just yet. All right, we got a nice ridge of high pressure. And again, that big H that's just kind of hanging out in the Midwest is keeping things nice, calm, cool, and collected. It's also been a very calm hurricane season as we knock on some wood. Right now, we're typically in the peak of hurricane season. We do have one thing that is brewing out there that could become our next storm, but is not expected to impact the U.S. or any landmass for that matter. We've only had 5 so far named storms. We got through Earl, which we saw last week. All right, so here's a look at your day planner. Mid-60s here in the next hour. Overall, lunch outdoors today, highly recommend it. We're talking about upper 70s by the noon hour, and we'll slide back into those lower 80s for our highs today, right about 2, 3 o'clock at about 83, which is just slightly above our average high for this time of year. And temperatures in your neighborhood, Elkton over to Bel Air and Westminster, all in the upper 70s, lower 80s for Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, straight down the JFX to Baltimore City, 79 in Indianapolis, 80 in Stevensville across the Bay Bridge there. Here's a look at your high temps across the country, and look where the heat is today. Mainly the Central Plains, Omaha, Oklahoma City, Dallas, all in those lower 90s for mid-September. Still hanging on to some mid-upper 80s for Nashville and St. Louis down through Atlanta, 82 in Charlotte. But overall, pretty quiet weather day nationwide. Here's a look at your yard and garden cast. If you do want to be out and about and get some of that yard work done, maybe get the grass cut or do some of that fall planting or the mulching, maybe even some mums getting out there. Seen a lot more of those around. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, green lights for you because we're not really tracking any rain. So it is going to stay dry. If you do want to try to keep that grass going, you got to make sure to get that sprinkler or the sprinklers on because we're not tracking any rain for the next couple of days. In fact, going into the extended period, that ridge of high pressure just going to slide right over the top of us heading into the weekend. We will start to grab more of that heat and humidity as we get into Sunday and Monday. That's going to be the warmest section of the next 7 days. Shout out to Heather Stinson. That is Jasper. That is a good-looking pug mix right there. And I love Jasper's little, I don't know if it's a shirt, maybe a bandana. Either way, Heather, thank you very much for that shot. Love to get your pet pics too. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com or chime in on our website or hit me on the old Twitter or Facebook. All right, so we got those 80s happening for the next couple of days. 84 on Saturday, and then look at that. For the Ravens home opener, we'll top out at 87 on Sunday afternoon. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Justin. 7:48, a man goes deep diving for his lost items at an Ohio airport. Yeah, after the break, the shocking footage. And then Amazon is looking to a European technology company for help with their already employed robots. Robots on strike. How they're planning on increasing their warehouse workflow. And we need a coffee robot to help with our caffeine flow. It's time for a coffee break.
7:52. Anne Arundel County is one of many jurisdictions throughout the state and around the country that found themselves with problems heading into the school year. Teacher shortages, bus driver shortages, and the changing of school start times has many parents frustrated. County Executive Stuart Pittman is joining us this morning with more on what is being done to resolve these issues. Good morning.
Good morning.
So your county is not unique to these problems this year, but parents don't necessarily care about that. They care about what is being done to help solve the problem that they are facing. How much of a hand have you had in helping the school system with these issues?
Well, you know, we've got a new superintendent that just started August 8th, and he needs some time to really have an opportunity to fix what was broken before him, and I want to give him that time. The school board, of course, is the ultimate authority. They oversee the superintendent and all the programs in the schools. However, last year I was very vocal, and the programs that we started last year are still in effect. So we brought in our Workforce Development Corporation team to help with recruitment, to make sure that that people could get these CDL drivers licenses quickly, and to create a hiring and retention bonus. I had to almost bully my way into the school board meeting and push hard at a time last year when they were saying, well, it's not our problem because it's the contractors, these 13 companies that drive the kids to school. And I came in and said, no, it is your problem. We need to change those contracts so that they can compete with the private sector. These drivers are going to Amazon and other places where they can make more money. So it helped to have a hiring bonus and a retention bonus. Other counties followed us, but we still have a labor shortage all across county government and in our school systems and in our private sector. And we're really feeling the pain in the bus driver shortage.
We spoke with the candidate Jessica Hare, who is looking to unseat you in the upcoming election. And it sounds, what you're saying sounds the opposite of what she's saying, that these past 2 years you have done nothing to prevent what we saw coming down the pike with these school shortages and driver shortages.
Well, I would go further than that and say that these last 2 years, in fact, these last 4, we have provided to the school board virtually all of the funding that they have requested for school transportation, and then added on to that. She opposed those increases in funding and voted no on those budgets. But I think anybody in the school board, the Teachers Association, and the parents would say that, in fact, we have stepped up and provided the resources so that they could run the school system and get these kids to school.
And just finally, County Executive, what is your message to parents? I mean, things have been put into place to try to solve the problems, but the problems still exist, and they're feeling it in their homes every day.
My message to parents remains that this is unacceptable. One of the things that they can now count on that they couldn't before is transparency from our new superintendent and our school board, that they can see every day the status of those buses, whether they're going to be there. The good news is that parents are stepping up. We're all in this together. We've been recruiting. Parents have been helping us recruit, and actually attendance at our schools is no lower than it has been in the past. It's about average at 94%. Okay. And so the parents are stepping up, and I thank them.
County Executive Pittman, thank you for your time.
All right.
Now, as I said, we did recently speak with Jessica Hare, who is running against Pittman for the county executive seat, and here is what she suggested for a solution.
Let's consider vans and shorter routes instead of the school buses. That might help expand the number of drivers who could drive vans instead of the school buses because it's different licensing.
Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters, and we're committed to investigating any problems that your kids run into this year, from the teacher shortages to a lack of bus drivers. Call our news tip line at 410-467-5595. You can also send us an email at news@foxbaltimore.com, or you can chime in your pictures and videos on the Fox 45 News app. A sunny and nice day ahead with highs in the 80s coming up. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is taking us through the forecast for these final days of summer.
City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby due right here in federal court today for her last pretrial hearing. Coming up, why prosecutors may try to get the trial delayed.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Wednesday, September 14th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland, and these are the tricky days for parents. You need a jacket to go to the bus stop, and then they're going to be carrying it home on the way.
Naomi's got her little shorts, and but every day, actually, we've had something wrapped around our waist as she goes. Meteorologist Justin Chambers taking a look at the forecast.
Yeah, temperatures start in the 50s and 60s, end up in the lower 80s, ladies. That's exactly what we're going to be seeing here as we are dealing with some pretty nice days here, and also taking a look at warmer days ahead, especially as we get into the second half of the weekend. But looking out over the Inner Harbor, a nice start to your morning. Boaters and watermen, ahoy! We're taking a look at your weather story. Cool and dry, plenty of sunshine, and temperatures staying near average. There's your captain's cast. Northwest wind about 5 to 10 knots, waves about 1 to 2 feet, and that low tide back out at 4:23 this afternoon at the Patapsco. So high temps around your neighborhood. White Marsh and Perry Hall over at 80 degrees, in the Middle River and Dundalk at 83, 79 in Reisterstown over through Catonsville, and 78 in Eldersburg for your high this afternoon. Overall, numbers not too bad. Again, a warmer weekend ahead, which we'll take a closer look at coming up in a few. Back to you.
All right, Justin, thank you. Now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. We've got our live cameras pulled up, and we've got some traffic building. Look at that, 695 at Harford Road. It is slow moving there. Elsewhere, much better situation.
Happening today, Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby will face a judge for a final pre-trial hearing before she is scheduled to stand trial on 4 federal charges on Monday.
She is facing 2 counts of perjury, 2 counts of making a false statement on a loan application as well.
But now we're learning that there could be a delay in the trial.
We have Shannon Lilly. She's joining us live from the federal courthouse with what each side is arguing now. Shannon.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth, Megan, between federal prosecutors and Mosby's defense. Prosecutors are requesting that certain witnesses not be allowed to testify right here in federal court during that trial next week, or that the trial be delayed altogether. And now Marilyn Mosby's defense team is responding. Take a look. The defense saying in part, quote, the government's motion should be denied on their hypocrisy alone. And they point to the arguments the Fed made against delays when Mosby's team requested and was granted one months ago. The prosecution, though, telling the court that Mosby's team did not disclose 2 expert witnesses that they plan to call by the July 1st deadline. Instead, they say they were first informed of the witnesses just last Friday. So prosecutors are asking the court today to either exclude their testimony or to move the trial date altogether. Mosby's team, though, is steadfast in pushing for the trial to start Monday. Either way, though, Megan and Patrice, we know that a judge will weigh in and decide on these arguments today.
Shannon, we're hearing prosecutors also want to bring up statements that Mosby has made in the past about her travel businesses. Any word on what could happen there?
Yeah, you're exactly right, Megan. And Mosby is really kind of changing her tune on this one. You'll remember back in 2020, both Mosby and a spokesperson for Mosby said that those businesses were not operational. But then in a pretrial hearing just last week, Mosby's defense argued that those businesses took a hit during the pandemic, and they say that that is why Mosby qualified to take money out of her retirement account without paying a penalty. So we know that all of this will be a major focus in the trial next week, of course, as long as the trial is not delayed. Reporting live right here at the federal courthouse, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. As it stands, jury selection is expected to begin tomorrow. Then the trial is scheduled to start Monday, September 19th. Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost will have complete coverage from the courtroom through the duration of the trial.
Admitted arsonist Luther Trent has entered a new plea deal for his state charges. Trent was originally released after serving less than 6 months in jail on a plea deal offered by City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's office. That plea deal was tossed because the victims in the case did not provide their impact statement before sentencing. Dhruv Vignaraja, the attorney representing the victims, calls the new sentencing an example of what can happen when people fight for justice.
In so many ways, this is a case study in how the system should work. Local and federal prosecutors working together, the victims' voices being raised and heard by the judges, as well as the people fighting on behalf of the city, and ultimately justice being done. Mr. Trent needs to be held accountable. Mr. Trent needs to be behind bars The city needs to know that there are consequences for conduct like this, and to know that at least in some instances where people fight, justice can be done.
A judge resentenced Trent to 40 years in prison with all but 22 years suspended for charges that he faces in Baltimore. He's also facing a 12-year sentence in federal prison. He will serve his time in federal prison before coming back to Maryland to serve the remaining time. Now, Trent is appealing his federal sentence, although it's unclear on what grounds.
8:04 in a city in crisis, an effort to break a 40-year cycle of squeegee kids on Baltimore streets.
Last night, a meeting allowed community members to speak up about the kids standing in roads cleaning windshields, but our cameras were not allowed in that meeting.
Olivia Dance joining us from a popular intersection for squeegee kids with the outcome and the unanswered questions. Olivia.
This corner here on President and Pratt Streets is a popular spot for squeegee kids, but after last night's meeting, some are wondering if anything's actually going to change or if it was all just a show. The community meeting took place at New Shiloh Baptist Church in collaboration with the mayor's office. 4 squeegee kids spoke, but they didn't want cameras inside, so City Hall complied.
We have young people who have asked us if we participate, it has to be under the condition that we don't have the media.
When explaining why they squeegee, one of the kids admitted it's tax-free money with no rules, but the lack of transparency by not allowing cameras came with criticism.
I think it needs to be shared. I think the community needs a rude awakening.
The young people said they don't want the cameras in there, but they got elders that's out there saying we don't want our windows washed.
Mayor Scott did not attend the meeting because he feared his appearance would distract from an honest conversation. But another question that remains is what, if anything, happens next? For now, reporting in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Baltimore police tell us they have received hundreds of squeegee-related calls for service since July. Fox 45 News has seen video after video from our viewers showing heated interactions with squeegee kids. Some of those encounters have led to physical fights or squeegee kids damaging cars. In July, a squeegee kid was charged with shooting and killing Timothy Reynolds. Police say Reynolds got out of his car and confronted a group of them with a bat.
Well, Mayor Brandon Scott and City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby have both said they will not clear the streets of squeegee kids. Both there, but there are laws in place to keep them out of intersections. Right now, the police department is using overtime to patrol some squeegee intersections. Despite the police commissioner acknowledging that plan is not sustainable, the police department tells us they have no plans to pull the officers back.
Wheel of Fortune Live is coming to Maryland, and Fox 45 Morning News has your chance to go for free. How you can enter to win next.
Temperatures in the 50s and 60s this morning. We even had some 40s in western Maryland. A taste of fall in the air, you say? Our Fox 45 Morning News rolls on. Stay with us, won't you? Welcome back. 8:10 is your time right now. It is Wednesday morning. Happy hump day, everybody. Beautiful shot over Towson this morning. Got those nice green leaves, and there are definitely some trees that are starting to change over into that kind of fall feel and color. Here's a look at your out the doorcast. Talked about maybe a light jacket earlier this morning, but definitely need the sunglasses for later today and probably even some shorts as temperatures will stay into the lower 80s. Overall, Carlos the Crab on our Crabcast, 4. It's a good day today, and it will be this afternoon as well. We'll break down what we can expect for our final weekend of summer coming up.
8:10 Wheel of Fortune Live is coming to Maryland, and in 40 minutes, you could have the chance to go for free. What? The Wheel of Fortune Live Tour performance is happening at the Hall of Life Casino in Hanover, September 24th and 25th.
So again, set your clocks, about 40 minutes. Make sure you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. You got to wait for your cue to call in to win, and then the 10th caller is going to win 4 tickets to that show on September 25th. And on Friday, guess what? You have the chance to win VIP tickets to that experience. Good luck.
Did you see how much fun the people playing were having?
Always a good time.
There?
Clapping. Woo!
All right.
Big money.
Is this a good time? That's the question. Calling all scary movie fans how you can make an extra $1,300 this spooky season just by watching scary movies.
Nope.
And the Trashville Fan Fest is back after 3 years. We're back! We're back! We're going to talk about that coming up next, right here on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning long.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
We are arresting and rearresting the same children and adults who are committing crimes in our community. It's clear that the problem is what happens after the arrest, or in our case, what doesn't happen.
Cracking down on juvenile crime. We know Prince George's County is now enforcing a curfew in response to an increase in violent crime among young people. And now many are wondering, if that could work here in Baltimore. This morning, lifelong city resident and Baltimore pastor P.M. Smith joining us live to weigh in. Pastor, good morning.
Good morning, Miss Megan. How are you?
Doing well. In your position, you have the chance to see our city's youth day in and day out. Do you think a curfew is needed here?
First of all, the curfew is needed because we see the same behavior. Catch, release, a vicious cycle over and over. You catch them, you arrest them, you release them, they repeat the behavior. The experts say that it's going to require increased consequences and a collaborative effort by government agencies. Everybody knows that's not the answer. Everybody knows that it's personal responsibility and personal accountability, focusing in on adults who personally assume the responsibility, parents who accept the responsibility. The political office holders are third. It begins at home, and everybody knows that, Miss Megan. Everybody knows it.
With that said, what is your congregation saying to you? Are they aware of that happening? Are they aware of what they're seeing in their neighborhood?
Absolutely, not only from personal experience, but what they read in the paper and what they see on the televised media. Number one, the family, adults, are the first responders when children are in trouble. It's in the family that authority is established. It's in the family that consequences are enforced. It's in the family that boundaries are set. It's in the family that discipline is instilled. Everybody knows, except the experts and our government officials, that it starts in the family.
With that said, Pastor Smith, I know this is something you and I have talked about before, that not everyone is lucky enough to have a family that's loving and supportive for those kids. How do we help guide them? What can we do here in our city to make sure that they're finding their way?
You can substitute with what you're doing now, but if you're talking about solving problems, you got to take Miss Also Brooks' example. She is a parent, responsible parent. She's raising a teenage daughter. She's a parent, not a friend. She's raising a teenage daughter she's not afraid of. And who sets the curfew? Dads and moms. And we got to say, when you're a dad, when you're a mom, when you brought a child into the world, you have some responsibility and accountability toward that child. And when you fail, that child fails. When that child is in trouble, as a parent and as an adult, you are the first respondent. It's the breakdown in the family. It's the lack of fathers in the family. It's the lack of authority and boundaries and consequences and discipline. If they don't get it in the family, they're going to get it in the institutions of our city and state.
All right. Pastor Smith, we'll leave it there for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Megan.
8:18 now this morning. We want to check back in with meteorologist Justin Chambers and to look at our forecast.
Yeah, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Looking outside right now over the Inner Harbor. Really nice start to your morning. Have a lot of sunshine out there and overall feeling pretty nice with the lack of humidity and temperatures that have cooled off. 50s and 60s is what a lot of us woke up to. Starting to get a little bit warmer right now. And as we head toward the afternoon, we are going to see that muggy meter stay in check in that nice category with the drier air that will be in place as we take you into the next couple of hours and next couple of days as well. Here's a look at the next 12 hours. There's Daryl the Dragonfly buzzing around, upper 70s here by the time we get to about noon, and into the lower 80s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for this afternoon. Pool cast looks great. Next couple of days, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, still looking good to hang by the pool. Maybe after you drop the kids off at school and you want to hang by the pool to relax. Upper 70s and lower 80s for you in Carroll and Baltimore counties today. Westminster and Eldersburg over the Hereford zone. 80 in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. White Marsh and Perry Hall also at about 84 this afternoon. And check those lower 80s up and down the 95 corridor for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. 77 down the ocean in Ocean City. Still got time to hang by the beach. Well, look at these numbers. Mid to upper 70s next few days. That water temperature about 75 degrees and very nice conditions. Not tracking any rain or storms. Here's a look at your pilot cast. We're looking at VFR conditions today, pilots. So a great day to fly. A little northwest wind that'll be out there, but overall visual flight rules. That's That's what VFR stands for, and should be a good day to be up there in the friendly skies. Here's a look at our future scan. Couple of clouds around later this afternoon. That's about all we are going to see. We've got a weak, what we call a backdoor cold front coming through tonight into tomorrow. That'll drop our temperatures at least a little bit into Thursday and Friday, but really dominated by that big old H that slides right over the top of us. That's the ridge of high pressure that we're tracking, and we're going to see that all the way into the weekend and into early next week. Shout out to Heather Stinson. Sent me this great picture of their pug mix Jasper all dressed up and ready for fall. Thank you for that, Heather. I appreciate that. Speaking of fall, 8 days away now until the fall equinox. It's next Thursday when we officially welcome in autumn, and then Halloween is just 47 days away. Clyde, the curious cat there, blinking his eyes. He's always got something going on kind of up here. So, all right, lower 80s as we take you into the end of the week. Mid 80s on Saturday, looking great for the Ravens game on Sunday, albeit kind of warm. 87 on Sunday afternoon at M&T Bank Stadium, and then close to 90 into early next week. So don't worry, Patrice, we still got some summer heat for you.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Well, now let's take a look at the Lynn Stoller traffic network. You're not going to appreciate this so much. We're getting reports of an incident on 95 southbound at Eastern Avenue, and because of it, the 3 right southbound lanes are blocked. So if you usually head that way, you can see that you're going to be stop and go through that direction. So you might want to find an alternate route.
Baltimore City Council passes a bill cracking down on street racers and spectators when Mayor Brandon Scott could sign it into law.
And we're at Peabody Heights Brewery. Now, one of the features of the Fan Fest, Trashville Fan Fest, is all the beer you can drink. We'll tell you about that and more coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
8:24. It's so Baltimore. Whether you're a fan of Mr. Professor, Captain, or Gwenda the Goodwill of the West, there's a party that's planned just for you.
The Trash Wheel Fan Fest is returning next week, and today Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is at the Peabody Heights Brewery getting you ready for all of this. So we've got Mr. Trash Wheel and beer all combining into one great festival.
It's a great event. I'm with Laura, the artist. Now, Laura, she's an artist who says when people say her art is trash, she's like, it sure is. Trash wheel, that is. Right, Laura? So we have some of your amazing creations here with us. Talk to us about your creations.
Sure. So these are a few things that you will see if you come to the Mr. Trash Wheel Fan Fest. There are a few pieces of specially created art specifically for Fan Fest that show my love of Mr. Trash Wheel.
So we were talking off the air. So you really do, I mean, this is the first time, I guess, in 3 years that it's back, the Fan Fest is back. And so when you got the assignment, were you excited about it? And you're tied into, not just this, but also almost the healing qualities of what these machines actually do here in Baltimore, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm heavily involved with the Healthy Harbor Initiative, who sponsors and supports Mr. Trash Wheel and all the work that they do to help restore the bay.
And you got your oyster shirt on because that's a big part of it. I didn't know that. Baltimore has a lot of oysters that are doing a good job too, right?
Yeah. One oyster filters 50 gallons of water a day, and so the more oysters we put into the bay, the more help they'll do to restore the water quality.
So who knew? Mr. Trash, the beautiful art, a great cause, and a great time is going to be happening at the Fan Fest.
These things will all be for sale.
Okay.
So come out if you're interested in a Mr. Trash Wheel mailbox. It's an exclusive, limited time piece, only one. So
I love that.
I kind of feel like we need that in the newsroom.
I like it. And the T-shirts sell out.
I know. I remember Justin was trying to get a T-shirt last year, and it was hard to get. All right. So, yeah, get it while you can.
We're going to put some information on our website, too, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Well, after a cool start this morning, Wednesday afternoon, you're going to see plenty of sunshine. But could it soon feel like summer again in Baltimore? Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking those warmer temperatures in his full Weather Authority forecast.
City leaders say there's no more contamination in the water and that it's safe to drink, but people we're hearing from are skeptical. Coming up, one woman's challenge for the mayor.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning. Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Wednesday, September 14th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers. Wear Orange Wednesday, and there's still a chance. 5 games back, but there's still a chance for the Oilers.
We were 5.5 not long ago, so...
Chipping away at it.
Yeah.
What, 20-some games left, I think?
Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here. What do you think?
I think there's fewer than that.
Fewer than 20?
Yeah, because I was adding it up the other
20?
day, and I think it's like 13 or 14 left.
Is it really that?
Yeah, because we go into early October. Remember the strike, and so
Right.
we go into early October. But you know, you got those off days and everything. So they're back in D.C. tonight down the Beltway. Hope they got the win last night, and that's what we need. We just need to keep winning and have others keep losing. But 5 games back is not bad. At least we're talking about possibly being in the playoffs, and that's a lot better than the last couple of years. All right, let's take a look outside right now. Your O's are back in town next week as the Ravens will take center stage this weekend. Beautiful shot in Towson right now. Lots of sunshine out there, and that cool and dry morning. We'll continue to see plenty of sunshine throughout the day today. My wife just got back from her run. She said it was amazing weather for the run this morning. So 60s and 70s is what we're going to see over the next couple of hours. And we'll see over the next few days our temperature staying in the lower 80s. Today actually at 83, but tomorrow and Friday just a smidge cooler before we heat up at the end of the weekend. And we'll take a closer look at that mini little heat wave that we'll see toward the last few days of summer coming up in a few. How's it looking on the roads right now, Tom?
A few different incidents and then a lot of volume out there right now. For your Len Stoller Traffic Network, taking a look at 2 different cameras here. You see the backup on your right and the left-hand side. That's where police flashing lights have multiple vehicles involved in an accident. So that's what's causing the delay. Southbound lanes, they are blocked on the right-hand side there. If you are traveling that way for your usual morning commute, expect some delays, maybe even find an alternate route. This, again, is 895 and 95, both backed up, but this accident's on 95 right at Eastern Avenue. Yeah, to a city in crisis. Right now, a bill cracking down on street racing in Baltimore is awaiting the signature of Mayor Brandon Scott.
It calls for stiffer penalties for not only drivers, but spectators as well.
And Olivia Dance is joining us from downtown Baltimore with a look into whether the bill will keep those street racers away. Olivia?
We're still waiting for the mayor to sign the bill, but he's expected to by the end of the month. The concern now, though, is once it's signed, will it be enforced? Now, the bill includes a $1,000 fine and up to 1 year in jail if convicted of illegal street racing. Ed Norris, a former Baltimore police commissioner, is concerned the law won't be enforced.
If the police aren't going to enforce it now, what makes them think they're going to enforce this when there's just another law with a $1,000 fine?
The Baltimore Police Department is understaffed, and the city state's attorney's office has made it clear it isn't prosecuting certain lower-level crimes. But City Councilman Schleifer's addressing enforcement concerns, saying it's centered on confusion among officers about what the law is.
There's always confusion on the street about, what's the actual citation that would be written in a scenario like this? Is this like a minor traffic infraction? Are those who are participating, is there some type of violation against them, even though they may not be the ones driving a car? This bill really just clarifies it, puts it in very easy text.
In neighboring jurisdictions like Howard County, police recently charged 2 drivers. And in Hagerstown, police were asking the public for help in identifying drivers riding illegally. But once the mayor signs the bill, it will really be a waiting game to see if anything changes. For now, reporting in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. And that brings us to our question of the day. Do you think the city is doing enough to crack down on dirt bike riders? So far, look at that. 99% of those who have responded say no. We want to hear from you. Go to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Well, also happening today, Baltimore City Council will be meeting to discuss safe transitioning for city workers going back into work. You'll remember City Hall remained closed for more than 2 years due to this pandemic. The decision to keep City Hall closed for so long had drawn some criticism from the public as residents had limited access to their leaders to address pressing issues.
Elsewhere in a city in crisis, disturbing radio traffic makes the rounds on social media, showing Baltimore first responders at their wits' end.
For the 3rd time, we told you we are out of service per EMS2 for relief. I'm completely prepared to tell my driver to disembark, and I will drive this thing in Inner Harbor.
That audio from an EMT with the Baltimore City Fire Department threatening to send an ambulance into the Inner Harbor, as you heard. Fox 45 News spoke with the union. They said it's a clear sign their members are overworked and at their breaking point.
I'm not going to comment on the video directly, but I would say the morale of this department is like that of a sinking ship. It can't get any worse. Members are completely fatigued. They're completely at their breaking point, and there's no end to this in sight. They're working multiple overtime shifts every week just to keep the department afloat.
There are times the department is so short-staffed, some fire companies are forced to close. Fox 45 News reached out to the Baltimore Fire Department for comment. A spokesperson says they are unable to discuss as this is a disciplinary matter. Continuing coverage this morning, questions lingering about what led to the E. coli water contamination in West Baltimore. This comes even after city leaders declared the E. coli contamination is over. City leaders still not revealing the source of the bacteria. We have Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning from downtown Baltimore with concerns from residents who still don't trust the safety of the water. Shannon.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Megan. People we spoke to in Harlem Park are skeptical both of the mayor's words as well as the water. Many of them are refusing to drink it. We actually spoke with one woman who's known in that community as Miss D, and she explained to us why she's not drinking the water and also something that could convince her to drink it. Take a listen.
Because he haven't gave me any facts, any proof. Where is it? I mean, they're still working on the pipes. I would like for the mayor to drink this water. And if he like, he can come over and have a glass of water with me.
Yeah, so Fox 45 News took that challenge to the mayor and city council members. A spokesperson for the mayor responded with this statement that reads in part, quote, Mayor Scott will not engage in any stunts or theatrics, but rather he will continue to work with his administration to ensure that the random testing and the investigation into what may have caused this incident continues. Meanwhile, people in this area are now being told that they can no longer use this bottled water that is still sitting right here across from Ms. D's home at the Harlem Park Recreation Center. Now, you remember the city was giving out this water but suspended distribution services Friday with the lift of the boil water advisory. And now DPW's private security company is keeping watch over that bottled water, making sure no one takes it until they come and pick it up. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Now in New York City, Mayor Eric Adams ended up chugging down a glass of tap water to end the concern that it was contaminated with arsenic. In a tweet, he wrote, I wouldn't ask residents to do anything I wouldn't do, which is why I stopped by the Reese houses to drink the water myself.
Well, from the Live Center this morning, take a look. The Dow having its worst day in more than 2 years, down more than 1,200 points. President Biden offering this reassurance.
The stock market doesn't necessarily reflect the state of the economy, as you well know. And the economy's still strong, unemployment's low, jobs are up, manufacturing's good. So I think we're going to be fine.
At the same time, the White House now warning union negotiations with 57,000 rail workers are at a standstill, and a federally mandated cooling off period ends on Friday, raising the potential for a strike. The White House pressuring both sides to reach an agreement. Now, as we wait to see how this plays out, we are expecting to get the numbers for the producer price index. That should come out any minute now, which measures inflation at the wholesale level. And this is really seen as a predictor of future consumer prices and how much we could pay for things. Tomorrow, then, we're going to get some new data on retail sales, which measures how much Americans are shopping and willing to spend. All of this, by the way, feeds into next Wednesday's meeting of the Federal Reserve, when Chairman Jerome Powell is expected to announce another significant rate hike. We're going to keep you posted as the market opens this morning.
Wheel of Fortune Live is coming to Maryland. Fox 45 wants to send you there for free. In fact, stay with us in just about 10 minutes. You may have your chance to call in and win.
And the Ravens take on the Miami Dolphins at M&T Bank Stadium in just 4 days from now. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know what to expect for the game day in his full Weather Authority forecast. 8:39 now. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Welcome back, everybody. Looking at M&T Bank Stadium, getting excited for the Ravens home opener. Miami Dolphins will be there on Sunday. And, you know, some people say, oh, it's good football weather, but what's your definition of that? Because a lot of people think good football weather is dark and, you know, rainy and cold and snowy and all that. It's going to be warm on Sunday afternoon. We'll tell you exactly how warm it will be for your tailgating coming up in a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Recent data showing that Instagram has a real problem on their hands. Why the app's decision to mimic TikTok is now hurting user engagement.
A new proposal on Capitol Hill for nationwide restrictions on abortion. I'm Scott Thuman in Washington with a look at how it will be a critical issue this campaign season.
.45 and making headlines this morning. Abortion rights have been a controversial and deciding factor for many voters.
Yeah, recently, however, it's taking on an even greater significance. Tuesday, that became more apparent based on congressional proposals for a new law. Sinclair's chief political correspondent Scott Thuman explains.
What intensified in the fight over women's rights here is expected to be a driving force here. Access to abortions and even higher priority in politics, especially as lawmakers try to cement new policies.
We have the ability in Washington to speak on this issue if we choose. I have chosen to speak.
Republican Lindsey Graham Tuesday proposing Congress ban most abortions nationwide after 15 weeks of pregnancy.
Abortion is a contentious issue. Post-Dobbs, America's got to make some decisions.
Polling last month shows while 32% feel there should be no restrictions, the majority want at least some limits or with exceptions, like when the mother's health is at risk, or they want to outlaw abortion completely. But Democrats say there's been an obvious shift toward granting more access and that other polls show overall support for legalized abortion has grown now to 60%. And they're banking on that getting them elected, airing attack ads against abortion opponents.
Not even in cases of rape
or incest. And women will die because of it.
all because of Greg Abbott's abortion law.
Vice President Harris this week calling for the issue to be more front of mind this election cycle.
We must be vigilant and we must stand shoulder to shoulder. And this moment, post-Dobbs, highlights the fact that we still have a lot of work to do.
They worry should they lose midterms, they'd lose this battle. Even before the Supreme Court's decision giving states the ability to outlaw abortion, Minority Leader Mitch McConnell said a nationwide ban from Congress is possible. In Washington, I'm Scott Thuman.
8:47 is the time now, and it looks like it's a little bit cooler right now, but summer's still right around the corner again, right?
Exactly. We got a few more days to embrace the warmth later today.
Yeah, so don't bust out the flannels just yet. Keep
No.
the shorts because meteorologist Justin Chambers, I don't know, do you drink PSLs when it's 90 degrees?
You can, but even like practices in the evening, Justin, we're all over the place.
I know, because it's going to, I mean, 83 this afternoon is going to feel very nice. It's not going to be muggy like we saw over the last couple days. In fact, yesterday was nice. We already had some of that drier air. We're going to continue that trend all the way into the rest of this week. And then, yes, next week, we still got summer hanging on with temperatures that are going to be close to 90 degrees. So hold the phone on getting right into fall, officially not until next Thursday. Beautiful shot from our Towson camera right now, our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. 63 is your current temp in Towson. Notice that dew point temp at 54 degrees. And the mugginess trend, well, it goes down. So today will be dry, but it will be even drier into Thursday and Friday, right into that pleasant category. Very nice, cool, crisp mornings and afternoons that are just fantastic, great for outdoor activities. It is going to get a little bit warmer and muggier as we get into Sunday and Monday of next week, and we'll talk about that in the 7-day in just a moment. Here's a look at our HD radar right now. Again, very quiet. That H kind of hanging out right over Indianapolis and over parts of the upper Midwest. That's a ridge of high pressure. That's going to keep us high and dry. We're not really tracking much in the way of any rain for a while as we've got this nice dry stretch taking place. 73 in the 10 o'clock hour over there at Brewers Hill near Canton. We're going to see those numbers get to the lower 80s by about 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon and continuing to rise even if you're doing some happy hour outside this evening. We're talking about 82 in that 5 o'clock hour for today. 81 is typically where we are. A lot of us here in our neighborhoods are going to be in the upper 70s and lower 80s. 79 in Columbia and Annapolis, 80 in Chestertown, 83 in Baltimore City, even heading down the ocean in the upper 70s there at Ocean City and Rehoboth. And if you're heading up to Philly, 81 today. Here's a look at our temperature tracker. Now notice the red line. That's the average high temps. In mid-September, we're typically in the lower 80s. That is a 30-year average, my friends, and we're going to be kind of close to that number as we head toward Friday. But notice those temperatures getting up there Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. We'll be back to the mid to upper 80s. We are tracking our next potential tropical storm or our next named storm. We've had a very quiet season so far, but out in the middle of the Atlantic, this could be our next named storm. And this is going to be heading toward Puerto Rico. So folks there are going to be obviously keeping an eye on that for that development. Probably within the next 2 or 3 days, we'll have our next tropical system. Here's a look at our future scan. No issues here. Again, staying nice and dry. Weak backdoor cold front comes through tonight and actually drops our temperatures just a little bit for tomorrow and Friday. Fall equinox, as I mentioned, 8 days away. We're just 58 days from Veterans Day. The turkey dancing around there, 71 days. That means 10 weeks from tomorrow, Turkey Day. Yeah, I'm excited about that. Here's your 7-day forecast. Numbers into the 80s, as I mentioned, all the way into the weekend. We are going to be warmer as we get into the end of the weekend and next week. So Ravens game, great weather, but again, it will be warm. Time to take a look at a view through your window. This is a really pretty shot from the principal, Tracy Robinson, over there at Glendon, right, in Baltimore County. You can see that school right there, and you can see that the end of the rainbow is right there, pot of gold, where all the learning and all the fun is taking place at that school. So thanks, Tracy, for sending that picture in. We'd love to see the view through your window. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or take a picture of that squiggly thing on your screen. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Justin. Trending now, recent data from Instagram's parent company, Meta, shows that Instagram continues to struggle to catch up with TikTok.
Data shows Instagram Reels have been on the decline for 4 straight weeks. Instagram users are watching Reels 17.6 million hours a day, which is less than 1/10 of the almost 200 million hours TikTok users spend on the app daily.
My goodness.
That's insane.
Now, the main problem here, not many people are making original content for Instagram Reels. Only 2.3 million out of 11 million people on Instagram use the Reels feature. I mean, maybe that's because of the music and all the other different trends that you can get on TikTok that you can't get on Instagram. So, I mean, you know.
You just spoke some.
I've got teens.
I'm impressed.
I know how it is.
I'm
yeah.
impressed. How about Facebook?
I haven't been snapping lately or anything. You know, been gramming, but not snapping. Yeah. All right, you can earn some extra cash by pumping your adrenaline this Halloween.
Dish satellite TV service. This I get. Looking for someone to watch 13 films based on, oh no, Stephen King novels. Whoever is selected is going to get $1,300, but it's not totally free money. You're going to have to track your heart rate and jump scares and answer a few questions about which flicks you like best. And then do they pay for the therapy afterwards?
Maybe. Now, you have to be at least 18 to enter, but aside from that, qualifications pretty casual. Check out usdish.com if you'd like some more information. $1,300, I'd take it.
Nope.
A couple scares.
I'm out. It is your turn right now, your chance to win 4 tickets to the Wheel of Fortune live show happening on September 24th and 25th at the Live Casino in Hanover. The 10th caller right now is going to win tickets on the 25th. Call the number on your screen right there. It is 410-481-4545. Good luck and have fun.
Well, you can take a ride on the wrong type of carousel, while one man is saying his actions, though, are justified.
I can't wait to hear this. And Starbucks ringing up record sales this pumpkin spice season, but struggling with low employee morale. The $450 million plan now in the works to help baristas feel more confident.
Well, maybe they just need to start getting on TikTok a little bit more.
Could be.
Right? You know, and start serving up some coffee on TikTok.
Maybe. Maybe it's just time for a coffee break for everyone. Coming up on 8:57 and topping your morning business report, Amazon is buying a European technology company to help with artificial intelligence workflow in its locations. The e-commerce commercial giant says it's purchasing a Belgian company that creates systems for robotics in its warehouses. Amazon already employs robots in many of its warehouses to stack and relocate pallets with merchandise. Shoppers are expected to spend less this holiday season. A new forecast from consulting firm is expecting retail sales for the gift-buying months of November, December, and January to increase just 4 to 6%. That is modest compared to the robust 15.1% increase for the same time frame last year. Saving money when it comes to beauty may seem impossible, but might not be. Genevieve Gorder is here with a new way to help you look your best without spending a fortune. Here's America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
You guys, we are always looking for ways to save you money. And today's deal is one of the biggest deals that we've ever offered in the history of this show. 62% off, one of the hottest things in hairstyling. Of course, we all know what this is. It's the Thierry Pro Digital Hot Brush, and it straightens your hair just by brushing it using proprietary technology to get the results really fast. I mean, no one wants to spend a lot of time on their hair, me included. And if you're running out to dinner, a night out with friends, or you're just heading to work in the morning, the last thing you want to do is sit in front of the mirror for hours, but you still want to look great. I mean, I have the equivalent of probably 10 heads of hair. My daughter, too. Just blow drying it can sometimes take up to an hour. Typically with straightening tools, the ceramic ones all have to work in layers, layer by layer, layer of hair to get it straight, just for one look. And that shouldn't have to be. And you don't with the brush. You can do it all in one layer. You shouldn't have to sacrifice feeling good about your hair because you're too busy. And the Thierry Pro is so easy to use. It will not tangle, which is so key. It works on every hair type. It's really gentle. It won't tug or pull. And like I said, this is the biggest deal we've ever offered. 62% off the Thierry Pro today. Take advantage of this deal, you guys, at asadeals.com.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Wednesday, September 14th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check right in with meteorologist Justin Chambers in the forecast.
Yeah, looking good right now, ladies. So far this morning, we've had temperatures that have been in the 50s and 60s. Some of us in the mid-50s this morning. It's starting to get a little bit warmer out there. But again, the lack of humidity is definitely the nice, refreshing feel that we are all experiencing. As we look out over Towson right now, looking good at this time. Check out some of these numbers. Already to 66 in Essex and Middle River, 63 in Woodlawn, 60 in Glen Burnie and Pasadena, still hanging on to the upper 50s in Columbia. So as you're out and about over the next few hours, those temperatures rise into the low and mid 70s through about 11 a.m. And we're on our way to highs in the lower 80s later today, just a couple of degrees above average for this time of year. We'll take a closer look at our weekend forecast. If you got outdoor plans, think you're going to like what you see. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. 9 o'clock, and this morning, the White House is closely watching contract negotiations between the country's largest rail freight companies and labor unions.
If they don't reach a deal by Friday, there could be a strike that is expected to have massive economic consequences. National correspondent Atra Anushar joins us live from Capitol Hill with the latest, and no one wants to see this, Atra.
No, not at all. Good morning. And according to the Association of American Railroads, a strike of rail workers would result in about $2 billion in lost economic output every single day, disrupting the supply chain at a time when it's already in a very delicate state, to say the least. Shipments of everything from your packages to food and fertilizer would be massively delayed, likely to drive up prices even higher, which, as we learned from yesterday's inflation report, is the absolute last thing Americans need right now. In August, they paid about 13% more for groceries than they did a year ago. Now, even if there is not a strike, some damage is already done, with freight companies pausing cargo of hazardous materials, and Amtrak suspending some of its routes because it operates on tracks controlled by these freight companies. Now, the White House says they are working on a contingency plan to carry cargo via other means of transportation like trucks and planes, but I've looked at industry estimates, and it's pretty clear it's just physically impossible to fully make up for lost use of trains with these other modes. There just aren't enough trucks, not enough people to drive them, etc.
Wow.
And the White House also says it's holding hundreds of calls and meetings with companies and unions, and they're going to keep at it, they say. But at the heart of the disagreement here is workers being overscheduled, wanting the right to take time off. Representatives of each side are also set to hold meetings today just across the street from where I am with Labor Secretary Marty Walsh.
Atra will be watching that. Also on Capitol Hill, Republican Senator Lindsey Graham. We know he's out with a new proposal for a federal abortion ban after 15 weeks. How's Washington reacting to this?
Well, it seemed to catch Republicans more off guard than it did Democrats, frankly. Democrats have been warning that this is something Republicans would try to do if they gain control of Congress, that they would move forward with a federal abortion ban. So what we saw yesterday was, after repeatedly saying earlier this year that abortion should be left to the states, Senator Lindsey Graham introducing this legislation that would prohibit abortions after 15 weeks, except in cases of rape, incest, and the life of the mother, but would leave in place any state abortion ban that is more prohibited. But again, just a proposal for now.
All right, Atra Anashar live in Washington. Thank you.
Well, today's number of the day is about the fueling opinions around California's new electric car mandate. 58% of voters say they'd oppose the introduction of a California-style ban on gas-powered cars for their own states. A Scott Rasmussen National Survey finds a third would support such a ban. The survey also finds more than half believe it is more important to reduce the price of gas than carbon emission.
Happening today, Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby will face a judge for a final pretrial hearing before she is scheduled to stand trial on 4 federal charges on Monday.
She's facing 2 counts of perjury and also 2 counts of making a false statement on a loan application.
But we're now learning there could be a delay in the trial.
Shannon Lilly joining us from the federal courthouse this morning with what each side is arguing. Shannon.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth between federal prosecutors and Mosby's defense. Prosecutors are requesting that certain witnesses from the defense not be allowed to testify right here in federal court, or that the trial be delayed altogether. And now Marilyn Mosby's defense team is responding. Take a look. The defense saying in part, quote, "The government's motion should be denied on their hypocrisy alone." They point to the arguments the feds made against delays when Mosby's team requested and then was granted one months ago. The prosecution, though, telling the court that Mosby's team did not disclose 2 expert witnesses that they plan to call by the July 1st deadline. Instead, they say that they were first informed of the witnesses just last Friday. So prosecutors are asking the court today to either exclude their testimony altogether or to move the trial date. Mosby's team is steadfast in pushing for the trial to start Monday. Either way, though, a judge will look through these arguments and make a decision today. Reporting from the federal courthouse, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Shannon. As it stands, jury selection is expected to begin tomorrow. The trial is scheduled to start Monday, September 19th. Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost will have complete coverage from the courtroom throughout the duration of the trial.
9:05 and happening now. Volunteers and hospital employees are making sure that they're ready for a worst-case scenario. They're taking part in a mock simulation. And just to warn you, you might see some actors with fake blood, but this is just a drill.
Olivia Dance is live from the University of Maryland, Baltimore, Washington Medical Center with a look at the training that's underway. Olivia.
Yeah, good morning, guys. The training is going to happen in just about 30 minutes, and we'll have more of that coming up at 9:30. But as Patrice said, we just want to remind you that this is a drill. This is a mock mass casualty simulation, and it's going to be including actors, and it's going to be a training exercise for the hospital staff here. But right now, I want to introduce Neil. He is the Chief Medical Officer here at the hospital. Thank you so much for speaking with us.
No problem.
Now, the simulation hasn't begun yet, but can you tell us about what we can expect in about 30 minutes?
Sure. So this is a true mass casualty mock event, and it's going to include basically students coming from a local facility having suffered an unfortunate accident. And they're going to be needed to transport to our local hospital here for us to be able to care for them.
Now, I imagine nothing can really prepare the hospital staff for a real mass casualty, but how real is the simulation to a real situation?
Yeah, so this gets very real. So the students that are coming in are going to be in makeup. They're going to be given instructions on what to tell in terms of their injuries, and it gets as real as it can for us, and that's really important for us to be able to be prepared.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys have to be prepared for everything here. And how important are these training drills?
They're hugely important. Given the location that we're in here, we can have all kinds of disasters occur, whether it's chemical, biological, or bad trauma events can occur close to D.C., close to the airport. And so getting these real-time events occurring is really, really important and helpful for us.
How many hospital staff members are going to be participating in the drill, and then how many actors are we talking about?
So we're talking about a significant number, several dozen here actually, and they're playing a key role, but we're making sure that we're also keeping our emergency department doors open to care for real patients that are coming in as well.
Yeah, I know that this isn't going to impact the normal hospital
That's
operations.
correct.
And then just lastly, quickly, this is the result of a community collaboration. Who all is involved in this?
So, yeah, there's several folks involved across the community, and that's critically important for us, right? We don't do these disasters in isolation when they really do occur. And so whether it's Fort Meade or the EMS departments or the fire department, they play a critical role in partnering with us and us partnering with them. And so we're happy to work with them in getting this event off the ground.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for speaking with us, and we'll see more of that drill coming up in just about 30 minutes at 9:30. I'm told that these drills usually happen twice a year, but they were put on hold for a little bit because of the pandemic. So we're looking forward to seeing the drill coming up in about 30 minutes. Back to you.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Time now to get another check of your forecast.
That's right. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at a nice warm-up.
Yeah, absolutely. Patrice and Megan, good morning to both of you. We all know Ravens are going to be back at home on Sunday afternoon, and the Dolphins in town. Both teams are undefeated after 1 week, but still 1-0 is not bad. Good start to the season. We're going to have a pretty decent weather here for the afternoon on Sunday. We'll take a little closer look at that in just a few minutes. But 50-year temp in Oakland right now, 56 in Cumberland. We're in the mid-60s for Westminster up into Bel Air, 68 now in Baltimore, and 64 down toward North Beach. So numbers have risen a little bit, and if you still want to get that run or that jog in the next couple of hours with the lack of humidity, still feeling pretty good with low to mid-70s over the next few hours. We're back with that full forecast for you. As I mentioned, we'll take a closer look at the final weekend of summer coming up.
All right, Justin, thank you. It is 9:08, and it's so Baltimore. The time has come to celebrate your favorite trash wheel, helping to keep the harbor clean.
It sounds weird, but it's a thing. Next weekend, fans can enjoy all the fun at the Trash Wheel Fan Fest. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live at the Peabody Heights Brewery. Beer is involved in the celebrations, obviously.
Beer is involved, and as cute as the trash wheels are, as adorable as they are, they provide a good, amazing service. Healthy harbors are important. Chelsea, you're with Healthy Harbor. Talk to us about what they do and talk and brag about Baltimore. You guys are doing a great job with our harbor.
Oh, yeah. I mean, to start, we love Baltimore. We want to make sure the city is healthy and clean and our water is clean for everybody. The Trash Wheel family, we have 4 here in Baltimore. They help us clean waste out of our waterways before it even hits the bigger harbor and then the Chesapeake Bay. So they've eaten so much trash over the years. Mr. Trash Wheel's eaten over 1 million cigarette butts. Can you believe that? That's about 200 miles if you line them up side by side.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
You know, and again, I think people, a lot of times we look at our harbor and go, oh, it's dirty, whatever. There's a lot of great things going on. Our trash wheels are doing their job. Our oysters are doing their job. Healthy Harbor are doing. So again, it's a great thing. And then, as you mentioned, Patrice, Megan, before, the celebration includes beer, all the beer you could drink.
All the beer you can
see,
drink here at Peabody Heights.
This morning I've been sampling the product all morning long, and so again, this is going down. You can go. You guys have more. You can find out more information. But it's really a great celebration of our trash wheels. But it's really a great celebration of doing great work in the community and making it a better community. And of course, all the beer you can drink. What a great combination, Chelsea. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Cheers. As he goes back to taste testing.
Yes.
That's why he's tripping over some of those words. Look at the big stories that we're following this hour. Skepticism still lingering.
I'm not drinking the water yet.
Woman has for Mayor Brandon Scott and why he won't be doing it.
Plus, it is time to make a plan in case disaster strikes. This National Preparedness Month underway. After the break, all the tools to keep you and your family safe. 9/11 now on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. trending now, September is National Preparedness Month, and this is a time for families, individuals, make a plan for when disaster might strike.
In fact, joining us this morning, as you see right here, to share what you should be doing with your family right now, from the American Red Cross Communications Director, Ashley Hennon, and then from the Red Cross Central Maryland Executive Director, Misty Bruce. Thanks so much for coming in, ladies.
Thank you. Absolutely. Thanks for having us.
And we want to start right here first, because making a plan, keeping the family safe, you've gathered some things here that we should have in a bag that we could do now so the whole family's ready.
So there's 3 simple steps, right? To get your emergency kit together,
Okay.
to sit down with your family and make that plan and talk about what you should do in an emergency.
Okay.
And then to make sure you know how you should stay informed during an emergency, whether it's having the Red Cross Emergency app or tuning into your local news. But for the kit specifically today, we have a few of the items that you should think about including in your emergency kit. It's always 3 days worth of food,
3 days, okay.
and medication and water.
That's a lot of food, 3 days worth.
3 days worth, and you want non-perishable items. Include the water, and don't forget the pets when you're thinking
Right.
about the water. But bring something for the kids to do if you have kids. That could be as simple as a coloring book and some crayons. We suggest bringing a few sentimental items, whether it's a photo,
Right, some
or
pictures.
your favorite hat.
What's that
just to
for?
make you feel well. Well, you know, it's not a very fun time when you're going through an emergency or a disaster. So to have something that just makes your heart feel warm
Okay.
is usually nice. Of course, your toiletries, your chargers, and then now we want to make sure that people are bringing their mask and their hand sanitizer along.
Oh, yeah. Of course. That's one thing that we can get to make sure that it's that we're safe and our families are prepared, though, for this month, and just to gather these things. They could do that today with the kids, and then that's taken care of. However, you also are in the business of saving lives.
That's right, and emergencies can happen anytime, right? So we want to make sure our community is also prepared for emergencies.
And that's where Misty comes into that part.
Yeah.
You've got a demonstration for us here, something pretty easy.
So we have a replica model here of our emergency response vehicle that I'm sure you've all seen out in your community. And you don't have to be CPR first aid certified to help sustain or save a life. We have a hands-only CPR program, and it's very easy to do. What you want to do is when you arrive on the scene, if you see someone down, you want to check that scene for any hazards, whether it's a spill or power lines, whatever the situation might be. Then you want to call out to that person, maybe tap them on the shoulder. Hey, are you okay? And if you don't get a response and they're not breathing, shout for someone to call 911 or call 911 yourself. And then you can begin hands-only CPR compressions. And it's very easy. You're going to put your hands similar to this. And you put your hands in the center of their chest, and you want to compress about 2 inches deep. This is for housewives, hunks, and heroes. Anybody can do this. And you're going to push 2 inches deep.
And how hard are you pushing? I think that's a question many people have.
That's putting your whole weight into it.
Yes.
I mean, is there sometimes that you can actually crack ribs, though, if you're doing it right?
Absolutely, but don't be afraid. Keep pumping.
Okay.
Yep. And how long do you keep going? Until they start breathing?
Until someone either start breathing or someone arrives with help or someone arrives with an AED or someone who says, I'm CPR first aid certified shows up, then you're going to do that. Ideally, you would be at the same level as the person, not like have them on a table, for sure. So, but it's very easy.
Simple steps that we did just in 3 minutes to make you more prepared for something tragic.
Yeah, hands-only CPR right there, so no reason not to be certified now with, of course, American Red Cross and putting this together, too. Ladies, thank you so much. We appreciate getting us our families ready. Yeah, we appreciate it.
Trace, we'll send it back to you.
All right, pretty great tips there. Thank you, guys. Let's get over now to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got a look at our summer forecast.
That's right. It is summer still. Don't you worry. Still got 8 days left. It doesn't actually become autumn until next Thursday night, just after 9 o'clock. So we definitely have some summer, and we actually have some temperatures that are going to feel a lot more like summer once we get into the second half of the weekend. But looking good right now. Looking out from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. We've had lots of sunshine this morning, and that is going to continue to be what we will see today. The muggy meter staying in that nice category, so overall drier air that is in place. Ahoy, boaters and watermen. If you're out on the water today, you're looking good with upper 60s here this hour and upper 70s through lunchtime. Northwest wind about 5 to 10 knots. It is expected to kick up a little bit later this afternoon with the waves at about 1 to 2 feet and the high tide coming back in not till 10:48 tonight in the Patapsco. So your crab cast, Carlos the Crab, speaking of being on the water, well, overall, I think he's got a good number today, number 4 on a scale of 1 to 5. And the only reason I don't have it as a 5 is just because temperatures are still a little bit on the warmer side with those lower 80s around for Towson and Perry Hall to White Marsh, 83 in Dundalk and Baltimore. 78, your number in Eldersburg for you in Carroll County. In Howard and Anne Arundel counties, upper 70s and lower 80s for Ellicott City and Columbia, down through Odenton. 82, Glen Burnie and Pasadena. 81 in Annapolis for you this afternoon. And in Hartford and Cecil counties, we'll keep those upper 70s and lower 80s going for Bel Air and Aberdeen over to Northeast, even Elkton at 79 this afternoon. Here's a look at your car wash cast. Green lights. If you do want to get the car cleaned up, if you didn't get that done yesterday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, you are all good, as we are not talking about much in the way of any rain at all. Now, we've had a very quiet hurricane season so far in the Atlantic. We have had 2 hurricanes, and they were just the last couple of weeks. We do have this next system that more than likely will become Fiona, our next named storm. It is out in the middle of the Atlantic, but some of the models do want to take it close to Puerto Rico. So just be aware of that. If you maybe have a cruise or if you're planning to travel down there this weekend, we'll have to keep our eyes on the Atlantic. This has a pretty good chance of becoming our next tropical system within the next few days. Here's a look at our future scan. We're all good right now. In fact, you can see the next couple of days, save for that ridge of high pressure and a weak cold front coming through, that's about it. We're not tracking any rain. Everything stays dry. And that means your lawn's probably starting to get a little bit brown, so you probably want to get the sprinklers going because we won't have any rain to help out. In fact, we go into the weekend and early next week really not seeing much more than a drop of rain at all. 47 days until Halloween, 71 days now until Thanksgiving, and we're just 102 days until Christmas. All right, here's our 7-day forecast. Lower 80s continue into the weekend. As I mentioned, 84 Saturday, and then the warmer temperatures. Sunday for the Ravens game, 87 for a high. Great weather to be outside, but again, a little warmer and even close to 90 into early next week. Back to you.
All right, sounds good. Looking at your Lynn Stiller traffic network, not so good. We are hearing reports of 2 accidents. One is on 95 North at Washington Boulevard. The right shoulder is closed because of that accident. And then the other is at 95 South on Eastern Avenue. We know that 2 vehicles are involved. You see that's the shot there. The shoulder is closed there as well. So still moving, but just be mindful it may be a little slower. A live look now from London as the Queen's procession to Westminster Hall is set to begin. Still ahead, we're going to bring you there live as it moves through the city.
And Halloween is just around the corner. It is time to get your best friend ready. After the break, the do's and don'ts of dressing up your pet. 9:21 on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
9:24. Looking ahead, you know, Halloween is just around the corner. This is the time to start brainstorming costume ideas, not just for you, but for our pets as well. So many of us love to dress them up. And joining us live here this morning to talk about costumes, do's and don'ts for our pets, we have Brittany Roger, digital specialist at the Maryland SPCA. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you for having us.
And for bringing Tuna Fish in for us, who, by the way, super adorable and super available and up for adoption right now.
She's on the website, so you can apply for her now. And then an adoption counselor can reach out to you this afternoon.
Love it. And she's ready for Halloween. She's got her little pumpkin sweater on. Let's talk about dressing them up. I fall into the category, I dress up my dogs every Halloween to coincide with whatever my daughters are being. Is that on the do list? Is this okay? Are we being mean?
So I like to say that it varies based on the dog.
Okay.
So Tuna Fish here is very agreeable to it.
You like it.
I think the easiest way to put it is if you and your dog are not having fun, it's a don't.
Okay. And Tuna Fish is into it. So you're giving us an idea of a costume that would maybe be okay for them to wear.
Right. And if you start now, like maybe you don't know if your dog is into it and you're not trying to force them into wearing something uncomfortable. She sees somebody who hasn't pet her yet.
She is happy. She is a good girl.
She's a good girl. So what you can do is introduce the item.
You want to be a lobster? You want to be a lobster?
When she sniffs it, that's when we can award her. And if the animal or the pet doesn't seem thrilled with the costume, then we just try to do it in slow motion.
Okay.
So if you start now, you'll have plenty of time to work up to a positive association with the costume.
And if they don't like it, then it's
Then
just
that's okay.
it's a don't.
So
It's a maybe we're not going to get dressed up this year kind of thing.
So we let them decide.
My gosh. Oh,
So-
Tuna Fish. Oh,
So,
yes.
Tuna Fish. She's a little bit more affection-driven
You
than
are so
treat-driven.
cute. Come here. You got to show them your face. She knows that she's cute. Look at this. Oh, my goodness. Who's a good lobster?
You want the
And
rest
so,
of it?
again, she's an example where this is awesome and there's more to it.
Yep. So next weekend, we have a costume contest at the Festival for the Animals in Padonia Park. So I think she could be a contender for that.
Okay, here's the question. People are going to swarm to adopt her today. Do they get the costume too? Because I think this is hers. I don't know how she can not have this. All right, little Tuna Fish, you ready to toss the commercial break? Brittany, thank you so much. This is a do. All right, Tuna Fish, we've got a beautiful sunny day ahead. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to let us know what it's like for all the sea creatures out there for this last weekend of summer. 9:27. Look at this face. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
We are taking you live to London here right now as the Queen's coffin travels through London. We have Tom Rogers, who's going to be joining us with more from our live center this morning with a rundown of the events here today. Every day leading up to the funeral, there's something new.
Over the next several days, we'll be seeing a lot of that. Welcome back to all of you on this Wednesday. 9:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with a look at our forecast.
Yeah, good morning to you and all of you as well. Appreciate you being here with us live and local all the way until 10 o'clock this morning. And really pretty shot here from our Towson camera. You can see the trees are still nice and green. There are definitely a few trees that are starting to try to change. We're getting a few of those fall colors just popping through, but plenty of sunshine for sure, and drier air is in place. Overall, very comfortable afternoon temperatures with numbers that will be in the upper 70s throughout the morning and into the lower 80s later this afternoon. Great day to hang out in the yard and get some of the yard work done or some gardening done as well. Upper 70s and lower 80s, that's where we're going to end up for our highs today. Those numbers come down a bit tomorrow. We'll take a closer look at that and then how we warm back up just in time for the weekend. That's coming up in a few.
In a city in crisis. Right now, a bill cracking down on street racing in Baltimore is awaiting the signature of Mayor Brandon Scott.
It calls for stiffer penalties, not only for the drivers, but for spectators, too. But the concern now is once it's signed, will it be enforced?
If the police aren't going to enforce it now, what makes them think they're going to enforce this when there's just another law with a $1,000 fine?
That was Ed Norris there, a former Baltimore City Police Commissioner weighing in. The Baltimore Police Department is understaffed, and the city state's attorney's office has made it clear that it is not prosecuting certain lower-level crimes. But City Councilman Schleifers is addressing enforcement concerns, saying that it's centered on confusion among officers about what the law is.
If the police aren't going to enforce it now, what makes them think they're going to enforce this when there's just another law with a $1,000 fine?
And again,
there's always confusion on the street about, what's the actual citation that would be written in a scenario like this? Is this like a minor traffic infraction? Are those who are participating, is there some type of violation against them, even though they may not be the ones driving a car? This bill really just clarifies it, puts it in very easy text.
In neighboring jurisdictions like Howard County, police recently charged 2 drivers.
There's always confusion on the street.
Police were asking the public for help in identifying drivers riding illegally. Once the mayor signs the bill, it will really be a waiting game here to see if anything changes.
And that brings us to our question of the day. Do you think the city is doing enough to crack down on dirt bike riders? So far, 99% of those who voted say no. We want to hear from you. Go to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in. Continuing coverage this morning, questions linger about what led to the E. coli water contamination in West Baltimore. This comes even after city leaders declared the E. coli contamination is over. But leaders still have not revealed the source of the bacteria. Shannon Lilly joining us live from downtown now.
Yeah, residents we heard from in Harlem Park are still very skeptical both of the mayor's words and of the water, and many of them are refusing to drink it. In fact, we spoke with a woman who's known in that community as Miss D, and she is explaining why she's not drinking the water and also a way that she could be convinced to drink it. Take a listen.
Because he haven't gave me any facts, any proof. Where is it? I mean, they're still working on the pipes. I would like for the mayor to drink this water. And if he he can come over and have a glass of water with me.
Yeah, so Fox 45 News took that challenge to the mayor and city council members. A spokesperson for the mayor responded with this statement that reads in part, quote, Mayor Scott will not engage in any stunts or theatrics, but rather he will continue to work with his administration to ensure that the random testing and the investigation into what may have caused this incident continues. Meanwhile, people in that area are now being told that they can no longer use this bottled water sitting right here across the street from Miss D's home at the Harlem Park Recreation Center. Well, the city was giving it out, but then suspended distribution services Friday with the lift of the boil water advisory. And now DPW's private security company is keeping watch on that bottled water until it's picked up. Reporting in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Shannon. Meanwhile, in New York City, Mayor Eric Adams chugged down a glass of tap water to end concerned that it was contaminated with arsenic. In a tweet, he said, quote, "I wouldn't ask residents to do anything I wouldn't do," which is why I stopped by the houses there to drink the water itself.
9:35 and happening now, the Queen's coffin is traveling in a silent procession to Westminster Hall.
Tom Rogers is at our live center with the schedule for this morning. Tom.
Yeah, Megan and Patrice, Big Ben bells are ringing now as this procession began just about 10 minutes ago. 38 minutes in total. It will move along the Mall, across Horse Guards Palace, past Downing Street, and then towards Westminster. Royal family members will be walking behind the carriage. We've already seen the sons of both King, obviously Charles, and then William and Harry behind the carriage that's moving through there. Now, minute guns will be firing at Hyde Park, and then Big Ben will continue to toll. So you can just imagine the sounds they're hearing in London as these thousands of people that are lined along the streets are silent. The coffin expected to arrive at Westminster Hall in just about 20 minutes from now. Welcome service will then happen at the hall. It's expected to wrap up at about 10:30. Now, that is when the public will be allowed to start paying their respects. The royal ceremonies will continue honoring Queen Elizabeth II through Monday, when she is officially going to be laid to rest. Her coffin sealed in with her late husband, too. Now, one thing Buckingham Palace just released, their officials are asking the public to stop leaving marmalade sandwiches, which were apparently the Queen's favorite. Apparently, the thousands of sandwiches that are being left behind are attracting a very large number of wildlife, one in particular you can imagine. Megan and Patrice, that's the latest.
Hospital staff here at the University of Maryland, Baltimore, Washington Medical Center are participating in a mock mass casualty drill. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, we're going to be joined by the hospital CEO to tell us all about it.
Starting off cool this morning with a sunny day ahead. Meteorologist Justin Chambers taking a look at how your temperatures hold up as the sun comes out and heats up. 9:37 now on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
I need to talk to whoever is responsible.
Yeah, there's a process for that. They have baggage officers out there.
So making headlines this morning, a man is arrested in Ohio after climbing through an airport luggage carousel.
He wanted to talk to who was responsible. Police recently released video that caught 29-year-old Nicholas Garrett climbing through the carousel at Cleveland Hopkins International Airport. This happened July 3rd.
So Garrett tells police that he did it after he noticed his luggage had been opened and a pair of shoes estimated to be worth $1,000 were missing, gone. He was arrested and charged with criminal trespassing, not supposed to be crawling through those carousels there. Court documents say that he pleaded no contest. He was given a $198 fine, but no word on whether he got his shoes back.
I understand being upset, but I don't know that you were going to get to the bottom of it. You cause more problems for yourself, but that is frustrating that your things can, you don't know who's going through your things back there, and in the name of security, things happen.
You get mad.
Well, in other air travel news, delays and cancellations continue after the busy Labor Day weekend.
Flight interruptions this past weekend were slightly higher than over the Labor Day weekend in 2021. That's according to flight tracker FlightAware. There were more than 5,000 delays, both on last Friday and Sunday.
On Saturday, there were more than 3,000 delays. 17% of all flights were delayed on the Labor Day holiday weekend, which was 5% more than 2019.
Companies once granted a royal warrant now have two options in terms of branding. How the Queen's death plays a role in all of this. It's 9:41 now on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by Giant.
September is National Family Meals Month. Eating together creates greater bonds and memories. There are busy schedules. Sometimes it can be hard to get everyone at the dinner table. take the guessing work out of dinner. We've got Emily Massey, a registered dietitian and nutritionist from Giants. She's here with a table full of tips for us. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, so it starts here, and what are we focusing on when we start over here?
Right, so like you said, September, it's National Family Meals Month, and I feel like we talk about this every year because every year we learn more about the benefits of gathering around a table as a family. You know, children who participate in family meals, they're more likely to have higher grades in school, more likely to have higher self-esteem, exhibit those good pro-social behaviors as adults.
All the things that you want.
Exactly.
But sometimes it's hard to get. I mean, you've got practice here. I mean, there are so many things happening after school.
Right. That's the question is, how do we actually pull it off and make it happen with our busy schedules? And it's just like that old saying, if you succeed to plan, you plan to succeed. Right?
Very true.
And kids are actually more likely to try something new at the dinner table if they're involved in the entire meal process, from planning all the way through. So ask your kids what they might like to have at the table. Maybe have them pick an ingredient out of the cabinet and brainstorm together what you can create. Or I have this little game, you can make meal planning a game, take a jar, some colored Post-it notes, write down proteins and grains and vegetables and flavor combinations, have your kid pick one from each category, dinner is decided.
All right, well, that's a good way to do it because otherwise it's going to be pizza. I want pizza every night.
Exactly. This gives you some variety.
All right, so we were talking about the plate earlier, so this is still just a good reminder of what we're putting on our plate and how much of it we're putting on our plate. Kids and adults.
Exactly. The My Plate is a great tool that you can use to help make sure you're getting each of those components for a healthy meal. But I always say when it comes to family meals, it's so important to spend that time sharing stories and building conversation. So when it comes to the food, feel free to take the pressure off.
Okay. Shortcuts.
Exactly. Use some of those meal shortcuts to get dinner on the table a little bit faster and spend time together, which is the most important part. So maybe you try bagged salads or these sheet pan meal kits that have the cut vegetables and the seasoning packets already in there. Jarred sauces will provide easy flavor, microwavable grains and vegetables, anything that will get your family sitting down to dinner a little bit faster.
So, I mean, what you're eating is important in terms of nutrition, but you can find easy ways to do that. What's more important to focus on here is the family time.
Exactly. And spending conversation and building those relationships.
All right, sounds good. Sounds like a plan. All right, let's see what's happening out as far as our forecast. Maybe you can take the meal out onto the patio or deck or just outside.
Great advice, Patrice, and great recommendation, too, because, today a great day to have wonderful meals outside, whether it's going to be lunchtime, whether it's going to be later in the afternoon or evening, maybe putting some stuff on the grill. Yeah, no issues with that. No rain inside, dry air in place, and overall very comfortable conditions. As we look outside right now, plenty of sunshine happening at this moment. 68-year temp right now. We're going to be on our way to the lower 80s with drier air in place and overall comfortable afternoon temperatures. Plenty of sunshine. So really a picture-perfect day today. And temperatures for the dew point, well, they are going to stay in the 50s in that comfortable category. Notice the mugginess trend gets even drier into Thursday, Friday, and Saturday before those muggy meter temps kind of sneak up a little bit into Sunday and Monday. But overall, we don't have really any rain in place. In fact, this big ridge of high pressure, this is that huge dome of high pressure that's over a large portion of the eastern half of the U.S. That is what's going to keep us dry. Great couple of days by the pool if you still have access to those pools, or if you got your own. Lower 80s Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday as we are looking good. And you can see those temperatures in your city. 79 in Columbia, Westminster at 77, close to 80 in Cockeysville and Bel Air today, 80 in Annapolis this afternoon, and up and down the 95 corridor, those lower 80s for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C., 77 down the ocean there in Ocean City. Numbers stay near average for at least the next 3 days, but look what happens on Saturday and Sunday. We're going to sneak above average, and we're not done with the heat yet. We have a very good chance of hitting that 90-degree mark early next week, kind of on the final days of official summer. We're also tracking the middle of our hurricane season. This is the peak of our hurricane season right now. We have another storm that is brewing. This will more than likely become Fiona in the next couple of days, and it could be making a run at Puerto Rico. But right now, nothing looking like it's going to have an impact toward the U.S. East Coast. Future scan is all good. In fact, we're going to stay dry, as I mentioned, all the way into the weekend, and for the most part into the early part of next week. Lower 80s here, as I mentioned, the next 3 days. 87 for the Ravens on Sunday afternoon. That 1 o'clock game, and it's going to be a great day to tailgate and even warm by the time we get to the end of the game Sunday afternoon. And we'll do your 10-day forecast in just a few minutes.
Well, happening now, volunteers and hospital employees are about to arrive for a mock mass casualty drill.
Olivia Dance is live from the University of Maryland, Baltimore, Washington Medical Center with a look at the action again, just a drill. Olivia, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Megan and Patrice. And as you said, this is just a drill. It's going to be a mock mass casualty simulation. There's going to be actors involved. It hasn't started yet. They're a little bit delayed here, but we're going to show you the action once it gets started. But right now I want to bring in Kathy McCollum. She is the president and CEO of the hospital. Kathy, thank you so much for speaking with us. Now, it hasn't started yet, but when it does get underway, what can we expect out of the simulation?
So we try to make this as real as possible. And so our expectation is that the ambulance bus will arrive on site full of patients, students from a local high school that were in an accident over on Fort Meade. They will drive up to the ambulance bay and be unloaded, initial first look at them there, triage there, and then it will, determine based on what they're presenting with in terms of injuries, where they go and how they're cared for once they get into the emergency department.
Right, and when the bus pulls up, as you mentioned, that's kind of just the first step, but then the drill continues inside the hospital.
Absolutely.
Can you talk a little bit about that and what will be going on inside?
Sure, absolutely. So when something like a mass casualty event happens, it's considered an emergency, and we stand up our incident command. So we will stand up a command center. Various individuals around the organization have very specific roles, whether it's our public information officer, we have an incident commander, we have communications team members, all of whom are responsible for some aspect of responding to an emergency, depending on what that emergency is. And so that's what we'll be drilling, as well as the provision of care. And then something unique that we're doing this time is, because it's a bus full of students, we are going to simulate a reunification center for family members who, as you can imagine, in a real emergency would show up knowing that maybe their child was here at the hospital and trying to find them.
Absolutely. So there's a lot of moving parts for the drill, but also in real life, if a mass casualty incident did happen, which of course we all hope it never would. Now, when the drill ends today, that's not the end for the hospital staff, right? There's multiple steps that happen after. Can you touch on that a little bit?
Yeah, it's not the end, not only for the team members here at the hospital, but for our community partners as well, the folks from Fort Meade and EMS, fire. We will debrief and make sure that we understand what lessons we learned. There will be things that go well, and there will be things that maybe don't go so well that we can learn from, so that if it ever did happen in real time, we would be even that much more prepared. So we will be debriefing this for quite a while after the drill is over.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Kathy, for speaking with us. This is all super interesting, but I'll send it back to you all.
Thanks.
Great learning experience. Olivia, thank you. In your consumer news this morning, companies that display a royal symbol on their packaging may have to stop using it after the death of Queen Elizabeth II.
Originally, the Queen granted companies who supplied products or services to the royal family a royal warrant, letting them display the royal coat of arms. During her 70 years on the British throne, the Queen issued more than 600 royal warrants, but the warrants are now void since the Queen's passing.
Well, the Royal Warrant Holders Association says the companies will now have up to 2 years to either reapply to use the royal coat of arms or remove it from their packaging and advertising.
Well, a sunny and nice day ahead, highs in the 80s. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers takes us through your 10-day forecast. 9:53 is the time.
Welcome back, everybody. That's a really pretty shot over the Inner Harbor with that sun that is out there. A few clouds kind of loitering about at this time, but overall, we're still looking good with our temperatures that have been hanging in the 50s and 60s this morning. Now, we're back to the lower 80s today, and notice on our 10-day forecast, tomorrow and Friday actually a little cooler, and then we're going to start warming back up. So Raven Sunday will be in the upper 80s, and we're going to see temps real close to 90 into the first part of next week. Really, our only chance for any rain comes on Tuesday next week. And then, of course, the autumnal equinox happens on Thursday night. Wow. That is when we officially will be in autumn. But we still have summer, don't worry.
Time of year where parents have to like count how many layers their kids have when they get on the bus, and then when they get off the bus in the afternoon, you're like,
did that yesterday.
Yeah.
Where's your fleece? I don't know.
They won't. Grab any fleece. Grab a fleece. Right. Yeah.
Welcome to the house right now.
Yeah.
All right. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Bring all your clothes.
Go have a cream-filled donut. National Cream-Filled Donut Day. I don't like them, but
I don't either.
You have them.
Custard is better, though. There's a